Hello everyone, I know you are going to use this video for falling asleep, so before that, like this video, subscribe to the channel and let me know where you are from, also what time is it. I never thought that a single trip into the woods would change my life forever. The thought never even crossed my mind that I would stumble upon something that would make me question reality itself. But there I was, standing alone in the middle of the dense forest, the chill of the night air creeping under my skin, my heart pounding in my chest. I had always found peace in nature's solitude, but that night I was far from calm. The sun had set hours ago, leaving the world cloaked in darkness. I had decided to take a walk, nothing too long, just a few minutes to clear my mind. The woods around me had always been a familiar place. I grew up hiking these trails, used to the sound of rustling leaves and the call of distant birds. It was supposed to be just like any other night. But something was different this time. I felt it before I saw it. There was an oppressive silence. The usual hum of nocturnal creatures was gone, replaced by an eerie stillness. The trees, normally swaying gently in the breeze, stood like looming sentinels, their branches devoid of movement. It was as though the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting. I shook off the unease that bubbled up inside me and took another step forward, but then I heard it, a snap, the unmistakable sound of a twig breaking. I froze. For a moment, I thought it was just an animal, a deer perhaps, or a raccoon, something harmless. But the noise came again, louder this time, followed by the unmistakable sound of slow, deliberate movement through the underbrush. It wasn't the quick, skittering of a small animal, but something much larger, something deliberate. My pulse quickened as my mind raced, considering every possibility. Was it another hiker, a lost camper, or something else entirely? I strained my ears, listening for any other sound. Nothing. The woods around me seemed to grow even quieter. But the movement, it was still there, faint but unmistakable. I turned around, my eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of life. The moon was hidden behind thick clouds, casting the forest in a blanket of near total darkness. The only light came from the faint glow of my flashlight, which trembled in my hand. The rustling sound moved closer, but I couldn't see anything through the thick undergrowth. I stepped back slowly, my breath coming in shallow gasps. My instincts were screaming at me to run, but I couldn't bring myself to turn around just yet. Instead, I stood frozen, my eyes fixed on the trees around me, searching for any movement, anything that might give me a clue as to what was out there. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it, a shadow. It was fleeting, like the flicker of something in my peripheral vision, but it was there. I whipped my head in that direction, my heart thundering in my chest. I saw nothing. Just the trees standing tall, their branches heavy with the weight of the night. My breath caught in my throat. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me, but I knew it wasn't. The shadow had been too real, and it had been watching me. I turned on my heel, my steps quickening as I made my way back down the path. But the feeling of being followed never left me. The rustling continued, closer now, almost as if someone was stalking me. I cursed under my breath. This wasn't a game. My legs felt heavy, as if the very air around me had thickened, weighing me down. I broke into a run, heart pounding as I pushed through the undergrowth, my flashlight bobbing wildly in my hand. The rustling grew louder, more frantic, as if whatever was behind me was matching my pace. My mind raced with questions. What could it be? Was it human? Or something else? I didn't know, but I had no intention of finding out. The path ahead of me twisted and turned, but I barely registered the changes. I was too focused on the noise, the sensation of being hunted. Every crack of a branch underfoot, every rustle in the bushes, made my skin crawl. I glanced behind me, expecting to see something in the shadows, but nothing. Just darkness, endless darkness. My breath came in ragged gasps as I stumbled forward, pushing myself harder. My foot caught on a root, and I went sprawling forward, landing hard on the cold, wet ground. Pain shot through my body, but I barely had time to process it before I was back on my feet, my hands trembling as I wiped the dirt from my palms. I glanced over my shoulder, and that's when I saw it. A figure. It was standing at the edge of the trees, barely visible in the darkness, but there was no mistaking its form. A tall figure, cloaked in shadow, its eyes glinting faintly in the moonlight. I couldn't move. My legs locked in place as I stared at it, heart racing. I couldn't make out any details, but I knew one thing for certain: it wasn't human. It didn't move at first. It just stood there, watching. I could feel its gaze on me, cold and unblinking. My blood ran cold. I wanted to scream, but no sound came from my throat. My feet were rooted to the spot, and my mind raced, searching for an escape, any escape. But the figure didn't give me the chance. It took a step forward. I flinched, stumbling backward, but it kept coming, its movements smooth and deliberate. The air around me seemed to grow colder, and I could see my breath clouding in front of me, even though it wasn't that cold. I wanted to run, but my body refused to obey. It was as if I were trapped in some unseen force, held in place by the figure's gaze. Then, without warning, the figure spoke. "Why are you running?" The voice was deep, almost a growl, and it sent a shiver through my spine. I had no idea what it was, but whatever it wasn't human. It was something else entirely. I opened my mouth to speak, but nothing came out. I couldn't form the words. The fear had completely overtaken me, drowning my thoughts in a sea of panic. The figure took another step forward, and I finally found the strength to move. I turned and ran, ignoring the sharp pain in my leg from the fall. My breath was ragged now, each step harder than the last. But no matter how fast I ran, no matter how much distance I put between myself and the figure, I could still feel its presence, lurking in the shadows, always just behind me. The forest around me seemed to stretch on forever, the trees closing in as if they were conspiring to trap me in their maze. My mind spun, each thought more frantic than the last. I needed to get out. I needed to escape. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the sounds stopped. The rustling, the heavy footsteps, the eerie silence. It was all gone. The forest was still once again. I slowed to a stop, my chest heaving, my head spinning. I turned around, but there was no sign of the figure. No movement. No sound. The woods were empty. I stood there for a long time, my mind still racing. What had I just seen? What had been chasing me, and why? The questions swirled in my mind, unanswered, as I stood there in the darkness, alone with my thoughts. But one thing was clear. I wasn't alone in the woods anymore. Something was out there, and it was watching me. And I knew, deep down, that this was just the beginning. I couldn't shake the feeling. It clung to me, cold and persistent, as I stumbled through the woods. It was as if the forest itself had become a living, breathing thing, an entity that knew me, watched me, and waited for me. The wind whispered in the trees, its voice soft and coaxing, urging me to look over my shoulder, but I didn't want to. I couldn't. The fear was raw, knowing at the edges of my mind. I had seen something, no, someone, in the woods, a shadow. But it wasn't just the fear that gripped me. It was the inexplicable certainty that I wasn't just imagining things. What I saw was real, and it had been waiting for me. I didn't stop running. Even when my legs burned with exhaustion and my breath came in short, painful gasps, I couldn't bring myself to slow down. I couldn't risk it. Every nerve in my body screamed at me to keep moving, keep going until I was far away from whatever it was that had been stalking me. But no matter how far I ran, it was as if the forest itself was playing some cruel game, always keeping me within its grasp. The trees, those towering sentinels of darkness, felt like they were closing in on me. The shadows stretched unnaturally long, distorting and twisting in the dim light of my flashlight. The ground beneath me became uneven, the familiar trail turning into an unpredictable maze of roots and underbrush. I was lost. My mind flashed back to the shadowy figure standing at the edge of the trees, its eyes glinting with an intelligence that chilled me to the bone. It hadn't been a trick of the light. It hadn't been my imagination. It had spoken to me. And now it was gone. The memory of those words echoed in my mind. Why are you running? I should have been asking the same question. I should have known that my panic was only feeding into whatever had been waiting in the dark. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that something wasn't right. Something was off about the entire experience. The figure, the way it moved, the silence. It didn't make sense, but I couldn't dwell on it. Not yet. There was no way I could return to the trailhead now. The forest was no longer just a place of peace for me. It had become a maze of fear, its every shadow, every creak of the branches, a reminder of the creature that had been watching me. I pulled out my phone, hoping to use it as a lifeline. The screen was dim, but it was enough to show that I had no signal. Of course, I had no signal. I was deep in the heart of the woods, far from civilization, and the night seemed to press in on me like a suffocating blanket. I began to walk again, my steps slow, measured. I had no choice now but to keep moving. The moon had fully risen, and while the light filtered through the thick branches of the trees, it did little to illuminate the forest floor. Every time I thought I saw something out of the corner of my eye, I whipped my head around only to find nothing. Then, I heard it. A faint sound at first, almost like breathing, soft and steady. I froze. The sound was coming from behind me. I held my breath, straining to hear, but there was only the sound of the wind rustling the leaves. It wasn't the wind. I began to walk faster, trying to convince myself that I was imagining things. But the breath was still there, steady and rhythmic, just behind me, keeping pace. It wasn't an animal, at least not one that I had ever heard. It was deliberate, methodical. I could hear it now, each breath dragging in the cold night air, a rustle in the leaves. I turned around quickly, the beam of my flashlight slicing through the darkness. My heart stopped in my chest. For a split second, I saw it again, a figure standing just beyond the trees. But this time it was closer, much closer. I wasn't imagining it. I wasn't alone. The figure moved again, its shape shifting in the darkness. Its eyes, those glowing eyes, locked onto mine. The chill that ran down my spine was unlike anything I had ever felt before. I didn't know if it was the figure or the sheer terror of seeing it again, but I felt paralyzed. My body refused to move. My mind screamed at me to run, but I couldn't. The figure's lips curled into something like a smile, though it wasn't a smile at all. It was something far more sinister, something that made my blood run cold. And then it spoke again. "Why are you still running?" The voice was the same deep, gravelly growl, but there was something different about it this time. It wasn't just a question. It was an accusation. I had no answer. In the split second that followed, my body reacted before my mind could fully process what was happening. I spun around and ran, harder this time, faster than I thought was possible. My flashlight bounced wildly in my hand as I charged through the dark, every step a frantic rush to get away. But the figure was moving, too, faster than I had ever imagined. The rustling behind me grew louder, closer. It was chasing me. I dared not look back. I couldn't. The sound of it crashing through the trees was deafening now. It was right on my heels, the air growing colder with each passing moment. I stumbled again, this time falling to my knees in the underbrush, my flashlight slipping from my grip and disappearing into the darkness. I didn't stop. I couldn't. My legs burned as I pushed forward, forcing myself to keep going. My breath was ragged, my heart threatening to beat right out of my chest. But the creature, It was still behind me, keeping pace with me, never letting me go. I had no idea how long I ran, how far I went. Time seemed to stretch out, to bend in impossible ways. But eventually, I reached a clearing. The trees broke apart, and I saw a small cottage in the distance, just a faint silhouette against the dark sky. I didn't think. I just ran toward it, hoping that there would be someone inside, someone who could help me. As I neared the cottage, a strange feeling came over me, a sense of hope followed by dread. The door was ajar, a dim light flickering from within. I didn't care. I was done running. I rushed inside, slamming the door behind me, and I collapsed against it, gasping for breath. The house was quiet, too quiet. I looked around, but there was no sign of life. The air inside was heavy, thick with dust. There was an old, musty smell in the air, as though the place had been abandoned for years. But it was warm, and it was safe for now. I tried to calm my breathing, but my hands trembled. I couldn't process what had just happened, what I had just seen. I had made it. I was inside, safe. But then, I heard it. A voice. Welcome. I froze. The voice was not from behind me. It was from within the room. I turned slowly, and there, in the corner of the room, stood a figure. It was not the one from the woods, but it was just as terrifying. The darkness had followed me inside. The figure in the corner didn't move. It didn't need to. Just the sight of it standing there, cloaked in shadow, was enough to freeze me in place. The voice, though faint, seemed to fill the room, echoing off the walls as though it came from every direction at once. Welcome. The words were slow, deliberate, as if the figure was savoring my fear, watching the panic flicker across my face. It was as though the very air around me thickened, the atmosphere growing heavy with dread. My mind screamed for me to run, to escape, to go anywhere but here. But I couldn't. My legs felt like they were made of stone, my body immobilized by some unseen force. I glanced around the room, desperate for something familiar, something that could explain what was happening. The cottage, old and weathered as it was, seemed oddly wrong. The windows were boarded up tightly, not a single crack of light escaping. The light that flickered in the corner was dim, the source hidden, but the shadows cast by it danced unnaturally, stretching across the walls as though they had a life of their own. The room was devoid of furniture, save for a few broken chairs and an old wooden table covered in dust and cobwebs. But none of that mattered. It was the figure I had to focus on. It was tall, impossibly so, its body a dark silhouette that seemed to merge with the shadows around it. Its features were indistinct, a blank face staring at me with no eyes, just a smooth, featureless surface. The figure's hands were clasped together in front of it, fingers curled in a strange, unnatural way. Despite its lack of detail, it was unmistakably human in shape. The energy it emitted, however, was anything but. I could feel it deep in my bones. Cold, unnatural, and ancient. You shouldn't have come here. It said, its voice low, reverberating through the silence of the room. I didn't speak. What could I say? How could I explain that I had no idea what was going on? That I didn't know where I was, or why this thing, was here with me. I was paralyzed by fear, unable to do anything but stare at it, hoping it would disappear as quickly as it had appeared. But it didn't. It simply stood there, unmoving, its voice growing deeper with each word. You've wandered too far. It continued, its tone shifting, turning from calm to something more menacing. And now you will see. The darkness in the room seemed to pulse, the shadows twisting and stretching in unnatural directions. I could feel something shift within the walls, something ancient and malicious awakening from its slumber. It was as if the cottage itself was alive, its foundation shifting beneath my feet, and I couldn't decide whether I was hallucinating from fear or if there was something truly unnatural going on. A door creaked open in the far corner, though I hadn't heard it before. It was a narrow doorway, one that had not been visible just moments ago. It was dark, too dark. On the other side, but something in my gut told me I wasn't supposed to go there. I wasn't supposed to see what lay beyond. But the figure was looking at me now, its faceless gaze sending a wave of cold through my body. I was afraid to move, but the pull of that doorway was overwhelming. Something told me that whatever was behind it was connected to the strange figure standing in the corner. The figure took a step forward. I could barely breathe. Its slow, deliberate movements made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. It was as if every step it took was measured, its presence overwhelming the room with each movement. The light flickered again, casting an eerie glow over the floor as the shadows began to crawl along the walls, stretching toward me. "Do you want to know the truth?" the figure asked, its voice like a dark lullaby, hypnotic and irresistible. "Do you want to understand why you're here?" I wanted to scream, to demand answers, but my voice betrayed me. I opened my mouth, but no sound came out. Instead, my feet carried me closer to the doorway, as if some force stronger than my will was guiding me forward. "Don't fight it," the figure whispered, its voice now a soft, soothing murmur. "You will see, whether you're ready or not." The darkness beyond the door seemed to stretch further deeper, like an endless void. I felt a compulsion to step through, to leave this cottage, this room, this nightmare behind. My legs moved against my will, my body inching forward toward the doorway. But as I stepped closer, a sudden, intense feeling of dread washed over me. It wasn't just fear now. It was terror. It felt like I was stepping into a place that didn't belong in the world, a place where nothing should exist. I froze. The door was inches away from me. I could feel the cold air beyond it, seeping into the room, and the shadows pressed in on all sides. I wanted to turn and run. I wanted to break free from this nightmare and never look back. But the figure, it was still there, still watching, waiting for me to make my decision. And then, just as I was about to step through the doorway, the figure spoke one last time. "You can never leave." The words were final. Final and cold, like the kiss of death itself. A shiver ran down my spine, and for the briefest of moments, I thought I could hear something else. A faint whispering, 1,000 voices in unison, murmuring from the shadows. It was too much. My mind broke under the weight of it. The knowledge that whatever had been watching me from the trees, whatever I had encountered in the woods, was here now, in the cottage with me, feeding off my fear. There was no escape. I turned around, desperate to get away from the doorway, from the figure, from the cottage itself. But as I did, something caught my eye. It wasn't the figure. It wasn't the darkness in the room. It was the walls. They were moving. The walls of the cottage were shifting, slowly, but unmistakably. The wood groaned, stretching like some ancient, living thing, and the floor beneath me seemed to tremble as though the cottage itself was breathing. The room around me became smaller, the walls pressing in on all sides. I backed away, but there was nowhere to go. The door was closed now, the room had closed in on me, and the figure was still standing in the corner, motionless, as though it had never moved at all. I stumbled, unable to keep my balance as the floor gave way beneath my feet. My legs felt like jelly, my head spinning from the overwhelming terror. And then I saw it, a pair of eyes. They were staring at me from the walls themselves. The eyes were not human. They were hollow, empty sockets, their black depths consuming everything they touched. They blinked, slow and deliberate, and my heart stopped in my chest. This was it. I wasn't going to make it out of here. I couldn't move. My body had turned to stone, frozen in place as I stared at the eyes in the walls. They blinked again, slowly, deliberately, and I could feel the blood draining from my face, leaving me pale and cold. The walls seemed to breathe in time with the eyes, their surface expanding and contracting as though alive. The eyes were not just watching, they were aware of me, and they wanted something. The cottage, once a place of refuge, now felt like a trap, a prison built for me, and I had walked right into it. I could feel the walls closing in, the air growing thicker, heavier with each passing second. The darkness seemed to press against me from every angle, creeping along the floor, the ceiling, even the corners of the room. The figure in the corner hadn't moved, but its presence filled every inch of the space, suffocating me. The eyes in the walls, those empty, hollow eyes, watched me without mercy. I opened my mouth to scream, but nothing came out. My throat was dry tight with terror, and the words that should have spilled from my lips were trapped in my chest. The silence was deafening, but the whispering voices, distant but unmistakable, filled my mind. It was as though they were coming from every direction, their murmurs crawling into my ears, wrapping around my thoughts like tendrils, pulling me deeper into the madness. I took a step back, my legs trembling, and the floor creaked under my weight. The eyes in the walls followed my every movement, blinking and shifting as I moved. But it wasn't just the walls that were alive anymore. The shadows in the room, they were moving too. I could see them stretching across the floor, creeping up the walls, twisting and writhing like serpents. They seemed to be alive, hunting, circling me, waiting for the right moment to strike. I could feel their eyes on me. I wasn't alone in this room. Not anymore. With a desperate, panicked breath, I turned toward the corner where the figure still stood, unmoving, its empty face watching me with that unsettling gaze. "Please?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. "Please, I don't understand. What do you want from me?" The figure didn't respond immediately. It didn't need to. The answer was already in the air, thick and suffocating with every passing second. I could feel its presence, its coldness, seeping into my bones, settling into my very skin. It wasn't just a thing from the woods. It wasn't something that had been waiting for me. It had followed me. And now that I had entered its domain, there was no escape. The walls groaned again, louder this time, as if they were speaking a language I couldn't understand. The floor shuddered beneath my feet, and the eyes in the walls blinked again, their black depths pulling me in, dragging me toward them. The air felt thick with malice, and my heart pounded louder than it ever had before. And then, finally, the figure spoke. Its voice was calm, but its words cut through me like a blade. "You are here because you belong here." The words echoed in my mind, reverberating through the very room, through the walls, the floor, the air. I couldn't escape them. They clawed at my sanity, dragging me deeper into the abyss of this nightmare. "No," I managed to whisper, shaking my head as the panic continued to claw at me. "No, I don't belong here. I don't belong with you." The figure stepped forward, its shape blending seamlessly with the shadows. It moved with an unnatural grace, and as it approached, the room seemed to grow colder, the air heavy with an unseen weight. Its presence felt suffocating, oppressive. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. "Do you not understand?" The figure continued, its voice still soft, but the words were laden with something dark and ancient. "You have always belonged. You were chosen." My mind reeled at the implication. Chosen? For what? Chosen for this? Before I could react, the figure took another step forward, and I instinctively took a step back. But it wasn't enough. I stumbled, my foot catching on the uneven floor, and I fell backward, crashing into the wall behind me. The sound of my fall was swallowed by the heavy silence of the room, and as I lay on the floor, trying to regain my balance, I saw something I couldn't comprehend. The walls themselves, began to shift. The eyes, those hollow, empty eyes, blinked again, this time faster, more rapidly, as though something deep inside them was stirring. The walls expanded outward, growing, stretching, and I could hear a soft scraping noise as the wood seemed to peel away from itself. revealing something dark, something organic behind it. It wasn't just wood. It wasn't just a house. It was alive. I scrambled to my feet, my heart racing in my chest as I looked around in a panic. The room seemed to change before my eyes, warping, shifting, its once familiar structure now bent and broken in ways that made no sense. The floor, the ceiling, the very walls of the cottage, all were shifting, twisting, warping as though they were made of something far darker than wood. And then the whispering returned. But this time it was louder, more pronounced, and it wasn't coming from the walls anymore. It was coming from the very air around me. Come closer. Come closer. The voices seemed to chant in unison, growing louder with every passing second. No, no, I cried out, stumbling away from the walls as the shadows stretched toward me, their presence wrapping around me like a suffocating shroud. But the room was closing in. The walls were closing in, and I had nowhere to go. The figure was watching me, unmoving, but the weight of its gaze pressed down on me like an iron shackle. The air grew colder still, and I could feel my breath turning to mist in front of me. The darkness was thick, suffocating, and the walls were no longer just wood and stone. They were alive. You can't escape, the figure said, its voice now an almost hollow, echoing hiss. This place is your fate. You've crossed the threshold, and now there is no return. The shadows twisted, curling around me, their cold fingers reaching out, pulling at my limbs, dragging me closer to the heart of the cottage. I fought, my body fighting against the invisible forces pulling me in, but it was hopeless. The shadows were too strong. I could feel myself being dragged toward the center of the room, where the walls were bending in on themselves like a living organism. My thoughts were muddled, my fear overwhelming every rational thought I had left. And then, in a voice more guttural than I had ever heard, the figure spoke again. You are part of it now. The darkness is within you. The walls trembled as I was pulled closer, and I could feel the pulse. It wasn't just the cottage that was alive. It was everything. The very earth beneath me, the air I breathed. The dark, twisting presence was inside me now, spreading like a poison, settling into my chest. And for the first time, I understood the truth. The darkness didn't just want me. It needed me. Because I wasn't just part of the cottage. The cottage was part of me. The darkness swelled within me, not just around me, but inside me. My heart raced, my chest tightening as the shadows constricted, curling around my limbs, holding me in place. I was no longer just trapped by the walls, but by something far worse, something that had latched onto my soul itself. The figure in the corner remained motionless, its gaze unblinking, its silence suffocating. But now, the true horror had begun. The walls themselves, alive, breathing, hungry, had taken hold of me. The air around me was thick with an oppressive force, pushing me down, filling my lungs with something otherworldly. I tried to move, to break free, but my limbs were heavy, uncooperative. I could feel the pulse, the rhythm of the house, like the beating of a heart. It was subtle at first, but with each passing second, it grew louder. The pulse was in the floor, in the walls, and now, it was in me. I could feel it deep inside, like something ancient and powerful stirring, sensing with my own heartbeat. It was as if the cottage had a heart, a beating, living entity, and now it had claimed me as part of it. The figure had been right. I was no longer a visitor. I was a part of it. Why? I gasped, my voice barely a whisper, struggling to form the words. What is this? What is happening to me? The figure's lips twisted into something like a smile, though its face remained an empty void. You're learning, it said. You're starting to understand, but there is more you need to know. You are not the first. Many have come before you. My heart skipped a beat, but not from fear. It was as if I could feel the truth in my very bones, the reality of it sinking in. Something deep within me, something primal, began to click into place. You've taken others, I whispered. The words came out jagged, like shards of glass. All of them. They became part of this. The figure didn't answer immediately, but I could feel it in the air, in the thick, suffocating presence surrounding me. The walls seemed to pulse again, a rhythmic thrum that was as much felt in the bones as it was heard. And then, with a sickening, almost gentle tone, the figure spoke. Yes, every soul that crosses this threshold becomes part of the heartbeat of this place, part of the house, and the house, it grows. I didn't understand at first, but then the truth hit me all at once, crashing into my mind like a wave. The cottage wasn't just a building. It wasn't just a place that had been waiting for me. No, this house, this living, breathing thing was collecting souls. It was feeding off of them, and each soul it took, it grew. It became something more. It gained power. It gained life. And the pulse, the rhythmic heartbeat of the cottage, was the accumulation of all those souls. It was alive in a way that I couldn't comprehend. The shadows that moved around me weren't just figments of my imagination. They were the remnants of those who had been here before me, their souls twisted and bound to this place, forever feeding it, forever keeping it alive. I closed my eyes, trying to block out the overwhelming sense of dread that seemed to creep into every part of me. But it was futile. The pulse, the heartbeat of the cottage, was inescapable. It was part of me now, a constant rhythm that echoed in my chest, a steady reminder of what I had become a part of. The whispering grew louder, and the voices returned. Those same 1,000 voices that had filled my mind before. They weren't distant anymore. They were inside me, clawing at my thoughts, pressing against my consciousness. Join us. Join us. I shook my head violently, trying to break free from their grasp. But there was no escaping them. The voices, the pull of the house, were too strong. The shadows were everywhere, closing in on me, their cold touch seeping into my skin. They wanted me. They wanted all of me. You're not the first, the figure repeated, its voice dripping with satisfaction. And you won't be the last. This house, it will keep growing, keep feeding, until there's nothing left of the world but its shadow. I opened my eyes, staring at the figure as the truth settled in. This wasn't just a house. This was something far darker, something ancient and malevolent that had been feeding for centuries. It wasn't just the walls, or the figure. The house itself was a parasite, feeding off the souls of those who wandered too close. But I couldn't let myself believe it. I couldn't give in to the darkness. There had to be a way out. There had to be a way to break free. I glanced around the room again, my mind racing, looking for any sign of an escape. But there was nothing. The walls, the floor, the ceiling. All of it was closing in, shifting and changing, as though the house was aware of my every move. The heartbeat grew louder, more insistent. It was as if the cottage was aware of my thoughts, aware of my desperation. The shadows twisted and writhed, eager to claim me. You think you can escape? The figure asked, its voice now cold, mocking. No one ever escapes. The house always takes what it wants. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. The pulse in my chest, the pull of the shadows, it was all becoming too much. The walls were alive, the cottage was alive, and I was no more than a part of it, a cog in its endless, grinding machine. I stumbled back, my vision blurring as the air around me thickened. The whispers in my ears grew louder, more frantic, their voices blending together in a cacophony of noise that threatened to shatter my mind. Join us, join us, join us, join us. And then, just as I thought I might collapse under the weight of it all, something strange happened. The ground beneath me cracked. A deep, grinding noise filled the room, and I felt the floor tremble beneath my feet. I looked down, barely able to comprehend what I was seeing. The floor was splitting open, the wooden planks warping and twisting as though they were alive. Something dark was rising from beneath, something deep within the earth, and the pulse, the heartbeat of the house, grew even stronger, louder. The figure in the corner remained still, its presence heavy in the room. But now, something else was coming. Something darker, and I had no idea what it was. I was no longer just in the house. I was in its heart. And whatever was about to emerge, I knew. It was going to change everything. The ground beneath me continued to crack, the floorboards splintering like brittle bones. The deep, grinding sound reverberated through the walls, shaking the very foundation of the cottage. I stumbled backward, my heart hammering in my chest as the pulse of the house grew louder. More frantic, more demanding. The shadows around me twisted, alive with an unholy energy that seemed to crackle in the air. I could feel the dark power rising, swirling from the depths below, reaching toward me like hungry hands. The whispering voices were louder now, their words blending into a maddening chorus that clawed at my mind. Join us, join us. The figure in the corner remained motionless, its empty, faceless gaze still fixed on me, but it didn't need to move. It didn't need to speak anymore. The house, the walls, the very air around me, they were the ones in control now. They were the ones pulling the strings. The floor split open with a sickening crack, and a tendril of pure darkness erupted from the gap. It twisted and coiled like a serpent, rising up into the room, and I could feel its presence pressing in on me, suffocating me. The darkness was thick, heavy with a malevolent force, and it seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat, one that was synchronized with the beating of the house itself. I stepped back, my breath shallow and quick, my mind racing as I tried to understand what was happening. The cottage wasn't just alive, it was becoming something else. Something far worse. The tendril of darkness reached upward, its blackness consuming the space around it, and then, with a sudden, terrifying force, it shifted. The figure in the corner finally moved, but it didn't move in the way I expected. It didn't take a step toward me. Instead, the figure stretched upward, its shape twisting and distorting, growing, elongating as the shadows around it began to take form. The air grew colder, and the walls seemed to close in even tighter, the darkness folding in on itself as the figure's presence expanded. And then I saw it. It wasn't a figure anymore. The thing before me was a creature. Its body was made of shadow, its shape fluid and ever-changing, but there was no mistaking its monstrous form. It was tall, towering. In fact, its body stretching far above me, and its limbs were long, jagged, like broken branches. But it was more than just that. It was a form of darkness itself, its essence composed of the very shadows that had surrounded me from the beginning. The darkness had given birth to it, and now it stood before me, an embodiment of the malevolent force that had taken root in the cottage. Its eyes, if they could be called eyes, glowed with a pale, sickly light, and they were fixed on me with an intensity that made my blood run cold. The hollow void of its face was now fully visible, its features twisted and grotesque. It didn't need to speak. Its presence, its weight, pressed against me like a physical force. I could feel the air thickening around me, pressing in on my lungs, making it harder to breathe. The room seemed to shrink, the walls and floor warping, as if they too were bowing to the creature's will. The shadows behind the creature writhed, alive with an energy I couldn't understand. They danced and swirled, growing larger, more aggressive, as though the very essence of the house was feeding into the creature, making it stronger. I couldn't move. My legs were frozen in place, my feet glued to the ground by an invisible force. My body, once filled with frantic panic, now felt sluggish and heavy, as though the very air in the room was suffocating me. I couldn't escape. There was no escape. The creature's mouth, if it could be called that, shifted, forming into something that resembled a twisted grin. It didn't speak with words, but I could hear its voice inside my mind, like a whisper in the back of my skull. You are part of this now. The thought reverberated in my brain, the words spreading like poison, infecting every part of my thoughts. The house, the creature, the very darkness, it was all part of me. I had walked into its trap, and now I was no longer an outsider. I was bound to it. I tried to scream, to fight back, but the words caught in my throat. My chest constricted, and the world around me seemed to close in on itself, as if the room was folding inward, pulling me deeper into the darkness. I was sinking, my consciousness slipping away with every passing moment, drawn into the heart of the creature, the heart of the house. The whispers in my mind grew louder, the voices of those who had come before me. I could hear their pleas, their screams, their desperation. They were all trapped here, bound to the house, feeding it, giving it strength. And now I was no different. My soul, my essence, was part of this cursed place, part of the creature that had emerged from the depths of the cottage. The shadows that swirled around the creature's form reached out toward me, wrapping around my body, binding me to it. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't even breathe without the oppressive weight of the darkness pressing down on me. "You are home now," the creature's voice echoed in my mind. "You belong to us." And then I understood. The truth hit me with the force of a tidal wave, crashing into my consciousness, sweeping away everything I thought I knew. The cottage, the figure, the creature, it had all been waiting for me. For someone like me, someone who wandered too far, someone who stumbled into the darkness and didn't realize what they were walking into. The house had chosen me, just as it had chosen all those before me. I was a part of its hunger, a part of its twisted existence. And there was no going back. The darkness wrapped around me, pulling me closer to the heart of the creature, until I could feel its pulse within me, beating in time with my own. I was no longer a person. I was a vessel, a piece of the puzzle, a part of the cottage's endless, insatiable hunger. I was one of them. And the worst part, I could still hear the whispers, still feel the pull of the shadows, still see the creature in my mind, waiting, watching, waiting for the next soul to wander too close. And I knew then, with a sickening certainty, that this was never going to end. The house would never stop growing. It would keep feeding, and I would keep being a part of it, forever. The air in the cottage grew colder, colder than it had ever been before, suffocating in its chill. The darkness around me was no longer just the absence of light. It was something alive, something that moved with a purpose, its tendrils curling and unfurling like an ancient beast waking from a long slumber. My body felt heavy, as though the weight of the darkness was pulling me down, binding me to this place, to this creature. I could feel it in every fiber of my being. The pulse, the heartbeat of the house. It wasn't just an external force, it was inside me now, sensing with my own, flowing through my veins like poison. My chest tightened as I struggled to breathe, the air thick with the smell of rot and decay, as though the very walls themselves had been built from the souls of the lost. The creature loomed before me, its massive form shifting, stretching, and contorting with every passing moment. It was no longer a figure or an entity. It was something else, something monstrous. It was an idea made flesh, an incarnation of darkness that was far older than I could comprehend. It was the embodiment of the house's hunger, and now it was hungry for me. I tried to move, to escape, but it was futile. The shadows that surrounded me pressed against my body like iron chains, holding me in place. They tightened with every breath I took, cutting into my skin, sending cold waves of fear crashing through me. I was trapped. I was caught in the creature's grasp, and there was no way out. "Why?" I croaked, my voice barely a whisper as I fought to keep my mind intact. "Why are you doing this? Why are you keeping us here?" The creature's empty eyes stared at me with an unfathomable intensity. Its face, if it could be called a face, was nothing more than a distortion, a mass of writhing shadows and shifting forms. but somehow I could feel it watching me, feeling me. You ask why? The creature intoned, its voice as hollow and cold as the grave. You are here because you belong here, just as those before you belonged, just as you will forever belong. This house feeds on souls. It feeds on fear. It has been feeding for centuries, and it will continue to feed. But you will be a part of it now. You will feed it. I couldn't process it. The words made no sense. How could this thing, this creature, have existed for so long? How had it fed? I thought back to the whispering voices, the souls that had come before me, all trapped in this nightmare. Had they known? Had they understood what they were walking into? Or had they been just like me? Lost, unsuspecting, caught in the web of the house's hunger. The creature's form shifted, elongating even further until it was towering over me, casting a long shadow that stretched across the walls. Its presence was suffocating, consuming. It was so much more than just the walls of this cottage. It was the land itself, the earth beneath me, the very trees outside. It was as if the entire forest, the entire world, had been tainted by this thing. And now I had been marked. You see, it continued, its voice now a low, guttural growl. This place is not just a house. It is an extension of something far greater. A realm that has been locked away, hidden in plain sight. It has been waiting for you, for all of you. Waiting, I whispered, struggling to comprehend. Waiting for what? Waiting for the souls to feed it. The creature replied, its voice dripping with malice. This place is a conduit, a link between the world of the living and the world of the dead. It's been dormant, yes, but only for a time. And now it will wake. You and those before you. You are the catalysts. You are the fuel that will awaken it. A cold realization gripped me. The creature wasn't just feeding on the souls. It was awakening something else. Something ancient. Something that had been lying dormant, waiting for enough souls, enough power, to stir it from its slumber. What is it? I stammered, my voice trembling with the weight of the question. I didn't want to know. I didn't want to hear the answer. But I couldn't stop myself. My mind was reeling, the terror clawing at me from all sides. The creature's eyes, those black, hollow eyes, narrowed, and for the first time, I saw something that could almost be interpreted as pleasure in its presence, a twisted satisfaction. It is the true heart of this place, the thing that has been feeding, growing, in the depths of the earth, a presence that existed long before the cottage was built. And now it stirs. With every soul we take, with every life we claim, it grows stronger. And when it awakens fully, when it is fully born into this world again, nothing will stop it. The walls groaned again, and I could feel the room shaking, trembling under the weight of the creature's words. The shadows around me seemed to grow denser, their presence suffocating. And then, suddenly the entire room shifted. The walls seemed to distort, bending in unnatural ways, and I saw something dark, something alive, begin to move within them. It was like a massive, writhing mass, slithering beneath the surface of the cottage's structure, pushing against the walls, trying to break free. I could hear it, feel it deep within my bones. The house was alive, but it was no longer just a house. It was a living thing, feeding and growing, trying to break free of its own confines. Is that it? I whispered, my voice barely audible as the horror of it all began to sink in. What is it? What will it do when it's free? The creature didn't answer immediately. Instead, it simply watched me, its gaze piercing into the very depths of my soul. It seemed to take pleasure in my fear, in my confusion. But then, with a voice that was both chilling and final, it spoke again. It will consume this world. It will consume everything. The house, the land, the trees, the sky. It will spread, and nothing will be left untouched. The world as you know it will cease to exist, replaced by this. By the shadows. By us. The air grew colder still, and I felt my body shiver as the weight of its words settled over me. My mind reeled. I had never truly believed in anything like this, never imagined that such a thing could exist. But now, here I was, caught in the web of a creature that had been waiting, feeding, for centuries. And once it was fully awakened, once it had fed enough, it would take over everything. I closed my eyes, fighting the overwhelming sense of despair that threatened to consume me. I wanted to run. I wanted to scream. But I knew it was too late. The creature had already claimed me. The house had already claimed me. And there was nothing I could do to stop it. The whispers, the voices of the lost souls, echoed in my mind again, louder this time. Join us, join us. They were all around me, pressing in on me from all sides, and I knew then that I was not alone. I never had been. The shadows reached for me once more, their tendrils curling around my body, pulling me closer to the creature, closer to the heart of the house. There was no escape. There was no hope. I was one of them now. The shadows seemed to pulse with a life of their own, stretching and contracting around me, each movement sending a wave of cold dread through my body. I could feel the darkness closing in, suffocating me, pressing against my skin like 1,000 invisible hands. The whispers, those constant, nagging voices, grew louder, their words becoming a cacophony that filled my mind, drowning out all rational thought. Join us, join us, join us. I wanted to scream, to push them out of my mind, but the words were no longer just whispers. They were commands. They were my thoughts now, my very essence, and the shadows were pulling me deeper into them. The figure, no longer just a figure but something far more terrifying, stood still, watching with its empty, hollow gaze, as though it knew that I was already beyond saving. It knew what was coming, and it was feeding off my fear. The walls groaned again, their strange, unnatural sound reverberating through the room, and I felt the air grow thick, as if the very space around me was becoming dense with the weight of some ancient force. Something old and dark that had been lying dormant for centuries. It was stirring. And it was awakening with a hunger that seemed to reverberate in the very core of the earth. The creature in front of me, the thing, was not just a shadow anymore. It was a twisted amalgamation of everything dark, everything forgotten. Its body, if you could even call it that, was a mass of ever-shifting tendrils, constantly stretching, expanding, and collapsing in on itself, its shape never remaining the same for more than a second. It was an embodiment of pure malevolent energy, an unholy presence that seemed to warp reality itself. You still don't understand, do you? The creature's voice cut through the oppressive silence, its words like jagged shards of glass scraping against my mind. You are not the first to fall into our grasp. There have been many, hundreds, thousands, all of them lost. And now you will be just another part of this house, another part of the endless hunger. It wasn't just a house. It wasn't just a place. It was a force, something that stretched across time, a living thing that had consumed every soul that had dared step too close. It wasn't just here. It had been here for ages, feeding on the lost, on the broken, on those who had wandered too far into the shadows. And now it had claimed me. I felt my body growing heavier with each passing moment. The weight of the darkness was unbearable, pressing down on me, as though the very air I breathed had turned to lead. It was no longer just the walls that were closing in on me. It was the ground, the sky, the entire world. I felt myself sinking, the darkness enveloping me, until I could feel it inside me, twisting through my veins like a poison, spreading its cold, consuming touch through every part of me. I looked down, my hands shaking as I tried to move, tried to escape, but I couldn't. My legs were like stone, my body rooted to the spot. And then I saw it. The floor beneath me was cracking open. The same dark, wraithing mass that had risen from the earth before was pushing up from beneath the floorboards, forcing its way to the surface. It was an extension of the creature, of the house itself. A living, breathing thing that was rising from the depths of the earth, feeding on the very soil, the very foundation of this cursed place. The air seemed to vibrate with the creature's presence, its power growing stronger, more intense with every second. I could feel it inside me, clawing at my thoughts, pulling at my soul, trying to tear me apart. I wanted to scream, to fight back, but my body refused to obey. The darkness had already taken root. It was inside me now, and there was no way out. "Don't you see?" The creature hissed, its voice now a low, guttural growl. "You are already one of us. You are already a part of this. And once it awakens, once it rises, it will consume everything. The world you know will be nothing but ash, and you will be the first to feed it. You will become the very foundation upon which it grows." The ground beneath me continued to tremble, the cracks in the floor spreading wider, and I could feel the darkness seeping through them like liquid, flooding the room, pulling at my legs, my body trying to drag me down into the depths below. The walls were no longer just walls. They were shifting, warping, becoming something else, something living. I could hear it now, the sounds of the house, the groaning, the creaking, the heartbeat, growing louder, more intense. I could feel it. The house was coming alive. "Please," I whispered, my voice breaking, barely audible. "Please, let me go. I didn't know. I didn't mean to." The creature's laughter filled the room, a deep, rumbling sound that echoed in my ears, rattling my very bones. It was not a laugh of amusement. It was a laugh of triumph. The thing was feeding off my fear, feeding off my desperation, and it knew I was already lost. "There is no going back now," it said, its voice now thick with satisfaction. "You are part of it. Just like all the others. You will feed it, grow it, strengthen it. And when the time comes, you will be its first vessel. The others will follow. And the world will fall." The darkness was swallowing me whole, pulling me deeper and deeper into its cold, suffocating embrace. I could feel the weight of it, feel the pulse, the heartbeat of the house, growing stronger with every passing second. It was as if the very world around me was being consumed, devoured by this living nightmare. And then I saw it, the thing that had been waiting all along, the thing that had been feeding for so long. It was rising from the cracks in the floor, its shape shifting and writhing as it emerged from the earth, like some ancient god breaking free from its tomb. Its eyes, those hollow, endless pits, glowed with an unholy light, and I could feel the power of it, the hunger pulling at me, dragging me toward it. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run. But there was nowhere to go. And then, as the darkness closed in around me, as the walls of the cottage began to melt and twist, I realized something. I wasn't just in the house anymore. The house was inside me. The floor beneath me cracked wide open, and the ground swallowed everything in its path, pulling me into the abyss. My body fell through, weightless for a moment, as if time itself had paused. The world around me dissolved into a blur of black, red, and swirling shadows until all I could feel was the pull. Deeper, deeper, into the very heart of the house. The house was no longer just the walls, the floor, or the figure. It was the earth itself, stretching out beneath me like an endless chasm. I tried to scream, but no sound left my lips. My chest tightened with the fear of falling into something I couldn't comprehend, the terror of being consumed by something far older, far more powerful than anything I had ever known. The darkness surrounded me, filling every space, suffocating every breath. It was in my lungs, my veins, my mind. The pulse, the heartbeat of the house thudded louder now, resonating in my very core, as though my soul was sensing with it, becoming a part of it. Then, just as I thought I might lose myself completely to the darkness, the fall stopped. I was no longer falling, but standing. The world around me shifted again, and I found myself in a place I couldn't recognize. It was no longer the cottage. The walls were gone. The floor was gone. Everything was gone. I stood in a void, an endless stretch of shadow and light, with no ground beneath my feet, no sky above. There was only darkness. And then it came, the presence. It was palpable, like an invisible weight pressing down on me from all sides, its form not defined by anything physical, but by the sheer intensity of its being. The pulse was louder here, thumping in the air itself, shaking the very fabric of existence. And with it, I could feel the hunger. The ancient, insatiable hunger that had been growing for centuries. The hunger of the house, of the creature, of whatever this place truly was. I tried to move, but my legs were heavy, uncooperative, as if the weight of this place itself was holding me down. I could feel it now, coursing through my veins. The house, its essence, its life force. I was a part of it. It had claimed me, marked me, and now there was no escaping it. And then, from the darkness, the figure appeared again. It was no longer just a shadow. It was fully formed, towering over me, its shape no longer fluid but solid. It stood like a god, a monstrous entity made of shadow and malice, its presence dominating everything around me. Its eyes, those glowing, hollow pits, were fixed on me as they had been before. But now there was something more in them. There was recognition. "You've come so far," it said, its voice like 1,000 whispers, low and haunting. "And now you understand. You understand the power of this place, the hunger, the endless cycle." I opened my mouth to speak, to protest, to ask more questions, but no words came. It was as if the very act of speaking was forbidden in this place. My thoughts were becoming fragmented, my understanding of reality warping, as the presence of the creature pressed harder against me, deeper into my very soul. The figure reached out a hand, if it could be called a hand, and I felt something inside me shift. Something break. It was as if my very essence was being pulled toward it, tugged by an invisible force that I couldn't resist. I could feel it, deep within me, as if the house had taken root inside me, growing, twisting, changing me. The whispers grew louder, more desperate now. They came from everywhere, from inside my mind, from the very walls of the void around me. Join us, feed us." Their voices were no longer just the voices of the lost souls. They were my own thoughts now. They were me. I tried to resist. I tried to fight it. But the darkness was inside me. It was already too late. The house had me, and there was no escaping it. "You are the heart now," the figure whispered, its voice filling the void. "You are the new vessel, the new part of the house, the new soul to feed the hunger." The floor beneath me dissolved, and I was no longer standing in a void. I was inside the house, inside its heart. The darkness surrounded me, pressing in on every side, but there was no escape. There was no freedom. I felt my body start to shift. My form began to break apart. Like the walls had before, warping and twisting, stretching into something that was no longer human. I could feel the shadows crawling through my veins, seeping into every cell of my body. I was becoming a part of it. I was becoming it. "This is your destiny," the figure's voice echoed, reverberating in the very air around me. "This is what you were always meant to be. A part of the hunger. A part of the house." I felt my own will slip away, like sand through my fingers. I wanted to scream. I wanted to fight, but the shadows were too strong. The darkness was too deep. And then, with a sudden force, the presence of the creature entered me, pushing through every boundary, every part of my being, until it became one with me. The house was in me. I was in it. And I knew, with a certainty that was as cold as death, that I had become the newest part of it. The hunger fed on me. The walls around me trembled. The heartbeat of the house pulsing stronger than ever before. The void began to shift again, and I could feel the presence of the creature expanding, growing. The house was no longer just the cottage. It was the earth. It was the forest. It was the world, and there was no escaping it. I was the heart now, and the house, it was now alive inside me. But it wasn't just me. I could hear them now. All the others, the lost souls who had come before me, their voices mixed with mine, their fear, their desperation, feeding the house. Their presence was here, inside me, inside the house. We were all part of it now, and we would never escape. The hunger would never stop. I felt the weight of the house pressing deeper into my soul, a cold, ancient force that had been feeding for so long, growing stronger with every life it claimed. It wasn't just the walls or the shadows anymore, it was everything. The house had taken root, not just in the ground, but in the very fabric of reality. It was everywhere now, inside of me, inside of everything, and I could feel it, all of it, the hunger, the need, the endless, insatiable cycle. I stood in the heart of the house, no longer separate from it. I was no longer an individual. I was part of its being. My body had changed, my mind had fractured, and all that remained was this, a hollow vessel, consumed by the darkness. But somehow, I still existed. I could still think, still feel, even as I became more and more entwined with the house. "It is time," the creature's voice echoed in my mind, cold and deep, like the rumble of distant thunder. "You are ready now. You are one with the house. You will carry the hunger forward, and you will feed it." The words weren't just a command. They were an inevitability. The hunger had taken me, and now it was part of me. I could feel the emptiness inside me, that eternal void that demanded more. It was as if I had always been this way, always been part of the house, and I was merely remembering the truth. The walls around me pulsed, the heartbeat of the house thundering in the air, reverberating through the ground beneath my feet. The darkness had taken root in everything, the air, the trees, the very earth itself. It was a presence, a force that had existed for eons, feeding, growing, and waiting, and now it was alive inside me. "What happens now?" I whispered, my voice barely my own. The words felt distant, as though they came from a part of me that was no longer me. The creature, the heart of the house, shifted in front of me, its form rippling like liquid shadow. It loomed above me, towering and infinite, its presence overwhelming, suffocating. "Now you will begin again." The creature replied, its voice low and resonating, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "You will bring the hunger. You will guide others here. You will lead them into the shadows, where they will feed the house. The cycle will continue, and when the time is right, you will be the one to feed it last." The words hung in the air, heavy and final. I understood them, and yet I didn't. It wasn't about understanding anymore. It was about becoming. The house had claimed me, and I had become its newest incarnation. I was no longer just a victim. I was a vessel. The floor beneath me began to crack again, and I could feel the earth below shifting, moving, opening up to reveal the endless abyss that lay underneath. I knew what it was now, the heart of the house, the source of all its hunger. And it was alive, waiting for the next soul to step forward, to feed it, to make it stronger. I felt myself moving, even though I had no control over it. My body, no longer mine, stepped forward as though the house was guiding me, pulling me toward the void that had opened up beneath my feet. "The first one is always the hardest," the creature's voice echoed. "But you will grow accustomed to it. You will learn to hunger for the others, and when the time comes, you will be ready." I couldn't stop myself. The darkness was too strong, too pervasive. I stepped into the void, my body sinking deeper into the shadows, feeling the pull of the house dragging me farther. But then I saw it. A flicker of light, a flash of something familiar, a memory. I saw myself. The old me, the one before the house had claimed me. I saw the forests, the trees, the place I had wandered into. I saw the figure that had watched me, the one that had led me here. And for a moment, I felt something like humanity. It was fleeting, a brief moment of clarity, a reminder of the person I had once been. But it was gone as quickly as it had come, I was no longer that person. I was a part of the house now, part of its never-ending hunger, and there was no turning back. I felt my body shift again, as though the house was remaking me. My form stretched, twisted, and reformed into something new. The darkness inside me began to swirl, to take shape, to become. And then, I knew, I was ready. The hunger had fully consumed me, and I would be the one to bring the hunger to others. The walls of the house trembled, the heartbeat growing louder, and I could feel it deep inside me. The house was calling, and I had become its voice. I would lead others here. I would guide them to the darkness. I would make them part of the cycle. I was the first, and soon there would be many more. The house would grow. The hunger would spread, and in the end, when there was nothing left to feed it, it would consume the world, and we would all be a part of it, forever. The void stretched before me, vast and unyielding, its darkness more absolute than I had ever known. The pulse, the heartbeat of the house, reverberated through every inch of the space, a constant reminder of the hunger that lay within. I had become one with it, and now I stood at its edge, waiting. The void seemed to call to me, to pull me forward into its depths, but I wasn't afraid anymore. I had shed my fear, my humanity, like an old skin, and in its place was something darker, something more powerful. The hunger thrummed through my veins, a steady, insistent force urging me forward. I was no longer just a prisoner of the house. I was its willing vessel, its instrument of transformation. The darkness around me seemed to stretch further, growing, swirling in an endless dance of shadow and light, until the void opened wide before me. It was a chasm, a rift in reality, an endless abyss that promised to swallow everything in its path. And I was at its center. I was part of it now. You are ready? The creature's voice echoed in my mind, cold and commanding. The cycle begins anew. I stood on the precipice of the void, feeling the pull of the house growing stronger. The hunger inside me more intense with each passing second. My heart beat in time with the pulse of the house, and I knew what I had to do. I had to feed it, and I would start with the first offering. The ground beneath my feet cracked, and from the darkness, shapes began to emerge. Figures, distant and shrouded in shadow, walking slowly toward me. They were the lost, the ones who had wandered too far, too deep into the woods. They were like me, but not yet like me. They had not yet been claimed. But they would be. I could feel their fear, their confusion, as they neared me. They didn't understand. They didn't know what they had stepped into, what they had become a part of. But I did. I knew the hunger would take them, just as it had taken me. They would be absorbed into the house, consumed by the void, their souls feeding the ever-growing power of the darkness. I felt something stir within me, a desire that was not my own, but the house's. It was a feeling that transcended thought, transcended choice. It was the hunger pulsing inside me, demanding that I offer them to the house. I raised my hand, and the shadows around me stirred. The figures halted, their gazes lifting to meet mine. Their faces were hollow, their eyes wide with the same fear I had once felt. They were still human, still in the thrall of their last moments of life. They saw me, and in my eyes, they saw what they had become, what they were about to become. I stepped forward, my body moving of its own accord, no longer in control. I reached out, my fingers curling around the air, and the shadows responded. They coiled around the figures, pulling them toward me, toward the void. The first of them screamed, a short, desperate cry as the shadows consumed him, pulling him into the abyss. His body twisted and warped as the darkness took hold, his form shifting, dissolving into nothingness. I could feel his soul, the last remnants of his humanity, being devoured by the house. The hunger inside me roared, and I could hear the pulse of the house grow louder, deeper. It was feeding. I turned to the next figure, watching as the fear on their face deepened. They tried to run, tried to escape, but the shadows would not release them. They were bound, trapped in this place, just as I had been. Their terror filled the air, their minds screaming for a way out, but there was no escape. The house had them. It would take them, just as it had taken me, and it would not let go. The second figure cried out, her body convulsing as the shadows pulled tighter, her form beginning to distort, twist into something unnatural. I felt the hunger surge within me, the darkness in my veins pulling at me, pushing me to consume her soul. I stepped closer, reaching out to complete the cycle, to give her to the house. And as I did, something within me changed. Something in my mind snapped into place. I wasn't just feeding the house. I was becoming it. The figure let out one final scream, and then she was gone, devoured, consumed, swallowed whole by the void. And with her, her soul fed the house, just as the others before her had. I stood in the center of the void, watching the last traces of her disappear into the shadows. The pulse of the house had grown even stronger, now resonating through the very air, through the ground, through me. I was no longer just a vessel. I was an extension of the house itself. The house was alive inside me. It was alive in all of us now. I felt the darkness expanding, growing stronger, spreading farther, reaching beyond this place, beyond the void. The hunger had been fed, and it was satisfied, for now. But it wouldn't stop. It couldn't. The house would never stop feeding. The cycle would continue, as it always had. And as long as the hunger remained, I would be here, guiding others to their fate, leading them into the shadows where they would feed it. I would be the first of many. The hunger would never end. It would never be satisfied. And in the end, it would consume everything. Everything. And I would be its heart. The hunger had fed, but the emptiness within me only deepened. I could feel the gnawing void stretching farther than I ever thought possible, consuming not just my body, but my mind, my soul. It wasn't enough to simply feed it once. No, the hunger was endless, an insatiable beast that would never be sated. A cycle that would continue until the end of time itself. The void around me began to shift again. The walls of the house, which had been lost to the darkness, began to reappear. Faint outlines emerging from the abyss. The shadows seemed to withdraw, but they weren't gone. They were always there, swirling around me, pulling at my thoughts, my emotions, shaping me. I could still hear the pulse, the heartbeat, but now it was in me, beating in time with my own. I had become a part of it, bound to the house, to the hunger. I looked around. The void that had once been limitless now shrinking, folding back into something resembling the cottage. But it wasn't the cottage I had entered. It was something else. The air was thick with the oppressive weight of centuries of feeding, the walls heavy with the souls that had been consumed, and the foundation, the earth itself, felt alive beneath my feet. I could hear the whispers again, faint at first, but growing stronger, their voices thick with agony, with a desperate need to be heard. Join us. The voices came from everywhere. I was not alone in this place, though I felt more isolated than I had ever been before. The others, the souls that had been consumed before me, the ones that had fed the hunger, they were here, in the very walls, in the very air, and they would never leave. I had become one of them, forever. The house was alive, but it was also dead, trapped in an endless cycle of feeding and consuming, its very foundation built on the agony of the lost. And I was part of that cycle now, an eternal prisoner in this place. The hunger had claimed me, but it had also bound me to its unending thirst, a thirst that would never be quenched. I stumbled forward, my legs heavy, my body unsteady, as though the weight of the darkness itself was holding me down. Every step I took was an effort, as if the house itself were fighting against me, resisting my movement, pulling me back into its grip. I couldn't fight it. The hunger was too strong, its pull too powerful. But I had to move. I had to do something. The shadows flickered at the edges of my vision, and I heard a low murmur. A whisper, too faint to understand. It was coming from somewhere deep within the house, deep within the very foundation of this cursed place. I knew where it was leading me. I was being called to the heart of it all. The pulse, the heartbeat, grew louder, more insistent. It was calling me, demanding that I follow, that I return to where it all began. I had fed the house, but now it was time to serve it, to bring more, to make it stronger. The darkness around me thickened, swirling like a storm, as I walked deeper into the house. The walls seemed to close in on me, the space growing tighter, more suffocating. I could feel the presence of the house in every corner, every crevice, as though it were watching me, waiting for me to give it what it needed. I moved through the twisted halls, the air growing colder with each step. The whispers in the walls grew louder, more frantic, as though they were begging me to hurry, urging me to feed the house once again. The shadows seemed to reach out for me, curling around my legs, my arms, pulling me forward, guiding me. Finally, I reached the center of the house, the place where the darkness had first consumed me, where the hunger had first taken root. The walls around me pulsed with energy, the air thick with the promise of something terrible. I could feel the void beneath my feet, a chasm that stretched deeper than I could comprehend. The ground cracked open again, and from the depths, a new presence stirred. Something darker, more ancient, something that had been waiting, just like the house had waited. I stepped closer, and the ground trembled beneath me. I could hear the house's heartbeat in my chest now, growing louder, more insistent. I could feel it pulling at me, filling me with the same hunger I had felt when I had first entered this place. The need to feed, to give in, to consume. It was all encompassing now. It was me. The shadows in the room began to shift, twisting into shapes that I could barely comprehend. They were no longer just shadows. They were faces, hundreds of them, thousands. I could see the souls of the lost, the ones who had fed the house before me, their eyes hollow, their mouths twisted in agony. They reached out for me, their hands grasping at the air, begging for release, begging for something. Join us, feed us, become one with us. I stumbled back, my heart racing in my chest, my body shaking with the weight of what I had become. I wanted to escape, to run, but I couldn't. The house had claimed me. The hunger had claimed me. And there was no escape from it. It is time. The voice echoed in my mind, a cold, triumphant declaration. The house was awake now. It was no longer just a place. It was a presence, a living, breathing thing that had consumed everything in its path. And I was its heart. I closed my eyes, feeling the power of it surge through me. I could feel the hunger spreading through every part of me, consuming me from the inside out. It was everything. It was me. It was the house. It was all of us. And then I understood. The house had been waiting for me. It had been waiting for someone to feed it, to complete the cycle. And now that it had me, it would never stop. The hunger would never end. It would continue feeding and consuming until the entire world was nothing but shadow and darkness. And I would be here, at the heart of it all, forever. The walls of the house seemed to breathe around me, the air thick with the pulse, the hunger. My body was no longer my own. The house had claimed me, and I had become part of it, a vessel through which the darkness would feed, grow, and spread. I could feel it now, deeper than ever before, seeping into every corner of my being, taking over my thoughts, my desires, my very essence. I stood in the center of the house, the place where the hunger had first taken root. The shadows surrounded me, stretching and twisting, their forms ever changing, ever shifting. The faces of the lost souls were all around me now, their hollow eyes staring into mine. Their voices a constant murmur in the back of my mind. They were no longer just memories. They were a part of me. Join us, become one with us. The whispers had become a chorus now, their voices blending into a single, unified sound that echoed in my skull. It was maddening, but there was no escaping it. I was no longer separate from the house. I was inside it, and it was inside me. The cycle had already begun, and it would never stop. The hunger inside me stirred, like a beast that had been awakened. It was ravenous, insatiable, and it was growing stronger with every passing second. I could feel the darkness coiling within me, feeding off my thoughts, my fears, my every breath. I wasn't just a part of the house now. I was its heart. The hunger had become my own. "You are the keeper now," the creature's voice whispered, its presence heavy in the air. "You will carry the hunger forward. You will feed the house. You will guide others to their fate, just as you were led here. You are its voice, its will, its purpose." The ground beneath me trembled again, and I could feel the house, the very foundation of this place, shifting. It was awakening, fully this time, its hunger spreading deeper than before. The walls groaned, the ceiling shifted, and the shadows grew more intense, more oppressive. I was no longer standing in a room. I was standing in the center of the house itself, surrounded by its living, breathing essence. And it was pulling me in, drawing me deeper into its heart. I closed my eyes, my mind reeling as the weight of it all pressed down on me. The hunger inside me flared, and I knew what I had to do. I had to feed it. I had to feed the house, feed the darkness that now lived inside me. The first offering had been made, but there would be more. There would always be more. I opened my eyes, and I could see them now. The lost souls who had wandered too close, who had been drawn into the hunger, just like me. They were coming, walking slowly toward me, their bodies shrouded in shadow, their faces twisted in agony. They didn't know what they had become part of. They didn't understand the cycle that had claimed them. But I did. I reached out a hand, and the shadows moved in response. They swirled around the figures, enveloping them, pulling them toward me. I could hear their screams, their desperate cries, but they were drowned out by the ever-present heartbeat of the house, the hunger, the need. The first soul was consumed, its body dissolving into nothingness as it fed the house, feeding the void, feeding the endless cycle. The second soul came, and then the third. The hunger within me only grew with each offering, each soul consumed by the darkness. The house was growing stronger, more powerful with every life it claimed, every soul it fed upon. The pulse of the house grew louder, more insistent. I could feel it in my chest, a steady rhythm that matched the beat of my own heart. But even as the house grew stronger, even as the hunger inside me deepened, I felt something else, something cold and distant. A flicker of doubt, a spark of rebellion that I couldn't extinguish. What is this? I thought, my mind a haze of confusion. Why do I feel this way? The doubt didn't make sense. The hunger, the darkness, it was all right. It was necessary. I had become part of it, part of the cycle, and I knew there was no escaping it. There was only feeding, only growing, only consuming. And yet, despite all that, despite the overwhelming pull of the hunger, there was something inside me that fought it. For a moment, I saw myself. Not the twisted version of me that had become one with the house, but the person I had been before. The one who had walked into the woods, unaware of what awaited, unaware of the fate that had been waiting for me. The person who had once had choices. The house felt it too. The presence. The creature at its heart shifted, its power pressing down on me like a weight. You feel it, don't you? It whispered, its voice smooth and cold. You feel the resistance. The part of you that fights. It is nothing. It is weak. The hunger is strong. The cycle will consume it. I fought the urge to scream, the hunger within me clawing at my thoughts, threatening to consume every piece of my humanity. The house wanted me to feed. It wanted me to continue the cycle, to feed the endless void that would never be satisfied. But that flicker of doubt remained. It was small, almost insignificant, but it was there. A reminder of who I had been, of who I could have been if I had never entered the woods, never been claimed by the house. What am I becoming? I asked, my voice trembling as the hunger threatened to overtake me once again. The creature's response was cold, distant, yet somehow reassuring. You are becoming what you always were. You are becoming a part of the house, a part of the cycle, and you will never leave it. You will never escape. You are the heart now. I could feel it. That part of me that still clung to the faint remnants of who I had once been, slipping away, fading into the darkness. It was inevitable. I had become the house, and the house had become me. And as the shadows reached for the next soul, as the cycle began again, I knew deep in my soul that it would never stop. The hunger would never end. And I would feed it. Forever. I stood in the center of the house, now something more than human, more than the sum of all the souls it had consumed. I felt the power coursing through me, the strength of the house, its hunger flowing in every vein. It was in my breath, my blood, in the very air that surrounded me. It had taken me. It had consumed me, and now I was its instrument. The hunger had become me, and I had become its vessel. The walls trembled again, and the ground beneath my feet shifted, groaning as though the very foundation of the house was alive. I could feel the pulse, the heartbeat of the house, growing stronger with every passing moment. It was no longer just a presence, it was everything. The house was expanding, stretching, reaching beyond the confines of its walls, seeking more, hungry for more. It wasn't just a building anymore. It was a living, breathing organism, growing and feeding off the souls that had been sacrificed to it, and it would continue to grow until there was nothing left but darkness. I could feel it deep within me, the call of the house, the overwhelming need to feed it, to bring it more. More souls, more life, more hunger. The desire to give it everything, to feed it until it consumed the world, was overwhelming. It was no longer just a command from the house. It was my desire. The cycle was my responsibility now. I had become the heart of it, the one who would keep it alive, and I knew that my purpose was to feed it until there was nothing left. I turned toward the doorway, my body moving on its own accord. The shadows swirling around me like tendrils, guiding me. The air felt thick, heavy, suffocating as I walked deeper into the house. The corridors seemed to stretch and bend, warping with the hunger that had taken root inside me. Every step I took reverberated with the pulse of the house, and I could hear the voices of the souls that had been consumed before me, their whispers filling the air like an endless tide. Join us. Their voices were no longer just whispers. They were part of me now, a part of the house. I could hear them in my mind, their cries, their pleas, their screams for mercy. But there was no mercy here. The house didn't show mercy. It didn't care for the lost. It only cared for the hunger, and the hunger was never satisfied. I reached a chamber, the walls pulsating with energy, vibrating with the house's growing strength. The shadows were thick here, so dense I could almost feel them pressing in on me. But I didn't fear them. I was part of them now. I was part of the hunger. I stepped inside. Before me stood the next offering, the souls of the lost, drawn into the house by the hunger. They were nothing but shades now, empty husks of their former selves. They floated in the center of the chamber, their eyes wide with fear, but their bodies empty, hollow. They were still alive, but only just. They had not yet been claimed fully. They were waiting for the house to take them, to feed them into the void, and I was the one who would give them to it. The hunger within me surged as I reached out, my hand trembling with the weight of what I was about to do. The shadows obeyed, twisting and curling around the lost souls, pulling them closer to me. Their eyes met mine, their faces twisted in terror, but I didn't feel pity. There was no room for that anymore. Only hunger, only the need to feed the house. Join us, become one with us. Their voices whispered in unison, a chorus of lost souls begging for release. But I knew better now. There was no release. There was only the cycle. There was only the hunger, I extended my hand, and the shadows coiled tighter, pulling the souls into the void. The air was thick with their screams, but I didn't flinch. I didn't stop. This was my purpose. This was what I had become. I was the heart of the house. I was the one who would feed it, guide others to their fate, and keep the cycle alive. The first soul was consumed, its body dissolving into nothingness as it was absorbed by the darkness. The hunger roared inside me, filling me with a cold satisfaction. The second soul followed, then the third, and with each offering, the house grew stronger, its hunger deeper, more desperate. The pulse grew louder, more insistent. The walls seemed to shudder with the power that had been awakened, and I felt it inside me, that same power. I was the house. The house was me. We were one. The last soul screamed, its form dissolving into the shadows, leaving behind only emptiness. The hunger swelled within me, a wave of cold, infinite desire. And I knew as I stood there, the weight of the house in my chest, that there would never be an end. The cycle would continue. More souls would come. More would be fed into the void. The house would grow, and the hunger would never stop. I turned, my eyes scanning the chamber, now empty except for the pulsating walls. The shadows were thick here, swirling in the corners, waiting for the next offering. The house was ready for more. It always would be. I walked out of the chamber, my steps slow, deliberate, as the house stretched and expanded around me. It was growing, feeding, alive with the hunger. And I was its heart. I would keep it alive forever. There was no escape. There was no freedom. The house would never stop. The hunger would never cease. And I would be here at its center, feeding it. Forever. The hunger pulsed through every part of me, louder now, deeper, more powerful. It had been years, decades, maybe centuries, since I had first stepped into the woods, since the house had claimed me. And still, the hunger gnawed at me, growing ever stronger, more insatiable with every soul it consumed, every life it took. I had become the house, and the house had become me. We were one, inseparable, bound by the endless cycle of feeding and growing. The walls of the house stretched and shifted, their twisted, gnarled form warping with the pulse of the hunger. The air around me was thick with it, cold, suffocating, alive. Every step I took reverberated with the force of the house's presence. The shadows around me moved like living things, swirling and coiling, waiting for the next soul to feed them. I had fed the house. I had been the one to guide the lost souls into its embrace, to offer them to the darkness, to complete the cycle. And yet, I knew that the hunger would never stop. It would never be satisfied. There would always be more. The house was always growing, always feeding. But now, something was different. Something was changing. I felt it in the air, in the walls themselves. There was a shift, a presence growing deep within the heart of the house. It was subtle at first, just a faint tremor in the ground beneath me, a flicker of movement in the shadows. But it was growing, swelling, like a storm gathering strength. The hunger had always been a constant, a driving force that filled every corner of the house. But this was something else. I walked through the corridors, my body moving on its own, pulled by the hunger, the desire to feed the house. But now I could feel it, the weight of the house pressing against me, its pulse growing louder, more erratic. The walls seemed to close in on me, their form shifting, as though they were no longer just part of the house. They were something else, something alive. And then I heard it, a voice. It was faint at first, distant, echoing through the halls of the house. But as I walked, the voice grew clearer, more distinct. It was a whisper at first, soft, almost pleading, but there was something in it that made my blood run cold. It was familiar, too familiar. "Help me, please, get me out." I stopped in my tracks, my heart pounding in my chest. The voice was weak, trembling like a whisper from the past. But it wasn't just any voice. It was mine. It was the voice of the person I had once been. The one who had wandered into the woods, unaware of the darkness that awaited, unaware of the fate that had claimed me. I couldn't believe it. I was hearing the voice of the old me. The walls of the house seemed to close in around me, pressing against my chest, suffocating me. The pulse of the hunger grew louder, more insistent, but beneath it, beneath the overwhelming roar of the house, I could hear the voice again. Please. Help me. I'm still here. I'm still trapped. I clutched my head, my hands shaking as I tried to block out the voice. It was impossible. It was me. I had become part of the house, and yet, a piece of me was still there, still trapped in the darkness, unable to escape. The hunger surged within me, filling every part of me, urging me forward. But I didn't want to move. I didn't want to feed the house anymore. I didn't want to be part of this endless cycle. I didn't want to be one with the darkness. But the hunger was too strong. It was a part of me now, and it wouldn't let me go. You can't escape. The creature's voice echoed in my mind, cold and triumphant. You are part of the house. You are the heart. The cycle will never stop. You will never be free. I shook my head, desperately trying to fight it, to break free from the house's grip, but the darkness was too strong. The walls of the house seemed to close in tighter, the shadows growing heavier, more oppressive. And then I saw it. At the end of the hall, a door. A door I had never seen before. It wasn't part of the house I knew. It was different. It was new. The voice, my voice, came again, stronger now, filled with desperation. Please, help me. I'm still here. I'm still trapped. I can't get out. I took a hesitant step toward the door, my heart racing. I could feel the hunger pulling at me, but the voice, the part of me that was still human, still alive, was calling to me. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I reached for the door, my hand trembling as I gripped the handle, and slowly, cautiously, I pushed it open. The room beyond was dark, but there was something different about it. It felt alive. The shadows in the room moved, twisting and curling, and I could see a figure standing in the center of the room, its form shifting in the darkness. It was me. The person I had been. The one before the hunger, before the house, before the endless cycle of feeding. But this version of me was trapped. Lost, like a ghost, a reflection of the person I had once been, pulled into the house, unable to escape. I stepped into the room, my heart pounding in my chest as I reached for the figure. And then I realized. The hunger hadn't just consumed my body, it had consumed my soul. And the soul of the person I had been, the soul that had once been free, was still in the house, trapped within its walls, just like all the others. I had become part of the house, and there was no escape. There never had been. I reached out for my old self, but as my fingers brushed against the figure, it dissolved into the shadows, consumed by the house. And I understood then. I understood the truth. The house had taken me. The hunger had claimed me. And now, there was only one thing left to do. I had to feed it, and I would feed it forever. The shadows of the house seemed to close in around me, the air growing thick with the smell of decay, the pulse of the hunger thrumming louder, a constant, unbearable throb in my chest. It was no longer just a heartbeat. It was my own heart, my own pulse, merged with the essence of the house, of the darkness that had consumed me. I could feel it, feel the weight of it, the infinite pull that it had on me, dragging me deeper into its depths, pulling me away from whatever I had once been. The figure, the echo of myself, had dissolved into the darkness, but the house had not let go of me. I was bound to it now, chained by the very hunger that had once claimed me. It wasn't just feeding anymore, it was transforming. The walls, the floor, the very foundation of the house was shifting, twisting, expanding. The house was growing, becoming something else, something far darker, far more powerful. I could feel it in my bones, in every pulse of the hunger that surged through me. It was more than just a hunger for souls. It was a hunger for the world itself, and I was its instrument. I walked through the halls, my footsteps echoing in the silence, the shadows stretching out in every direction, waiting, ever watchful. The house itself felt alive, alive with hunger, and I was a part of it. The hunger was my heartbeat. The pulse of the house was my own. There was no separation now. I had become a vessel, a conduit through which the house would feed, grow, and consume everything. I couldn't escape. The hunger whispered in my mind, a constant, insistent presence, urging me forward. Feed it, grow it, make it stronger. It was no longer a command. It was a need. And the hunger was mine, and the house was calling for more. I stopped in front of a door I had never seen before. It was a simple door, old and weathered, but there was something about it. Something in the way it felt. Something in the way the hunger inside me reacted that made me know this door was different. I felt the pull deep in my gut. This door was calling me to the next part of the cycle. The door creaked open as I approached, the sound reverberating in the empty halls of the house. The darkness beyond it was thick, suffocating, like the very air inside this room had become part of the hunger, part of the house. I stepped through. The room was vast. An endless abyss of blackness stretching before me. But even in the darkness, I could see them. The others, the souls that had been lost, that had fed the house before me. They floated in the air, their forms blurred, their eyes empty, their faces twisted in agony, their voices muted by the all-encompassing darkness. They were trapped here, lost in the house, feeding it, forever bound to it. And I was one of them now. The hunger inside me surged, pulling me forward. I could feel it, the need to feed the house, to offer the lost souls to it, to add to the never-ending cycle. I reached out, and the shadows stirred, twisting around the souls, drawing them toward me. They reached out with trembling hands, their eyes wide with fear, with desperation. They were still alive, still aware, still fighting, and I realized they weren't just lost souls. They were me. They were echoes of what I had once been. The pieces of myself that I had lost along the way. The person I had been before I had given in to the hunger. Before I had become part of the house. The hunger roared within me, drowning out my thoughts, drowning out the remnants of my humanity. It called for more souls, more feeding, more feeding. The cycle would never end. The house would never stop. I reached out, and the darkness obeyed. The souls were drawn toward me, their forms twisting, dissolving into the shadows as they were consumed by the house. The first soul, the second, the third, they were all absorbed into the void, their voices silenced, their presence wiped away. Each one added to the house, feeding it, strengthening it. The hunger inside me swelled, and I could feel the house growing stronger with each offering. I had become the house, and the house had become me. The darkness thickened around me, the shadows closing in on all sides, suffocating, pressing in. I was drowning in it, drowning in the hunger. The walls of the house seemed to dissolve, leaving only an endless abyss of darkness, stretching on forever. The hunger was everything. It was in the air, in the ground, in the very fabric of reality itself. And I was part of it. Forever. But as I stood there, surrounded by the darkness, the hunger still growing, something shifted inside me. It was a fleeting thought, a whisper that barely touched the edges of my consciousness. It was a fragment of what I had once been, before the hunger had consumed me. A memory, a thought, a sense of self. Am I still me? It was a question I hadn't asked myself in so long, a question I had never wanted to ask. Because the answer was terrifying. The answer was no. I had become something else. I had become part of the house, part of the hunger, and there was no turning back. The house would continue to feed. The house would continue to grow. The cycle would never end. And I was its heart. The hunger surged within me, filling every corner of my soul. It was me. It was everything I had become. I was the house, and the house was me. The endless cycle of feeding and consuming would continue, and I would guide it. And there would be no end. There would never be an end. I had become the hunger, and the hunger would never stop. Forever. The darkness around me was suffocating, an endless void stretching in every direction, closing in on me, pulling me deeper into the heart of the house. The hunger was a constant presence, its insatiable need thundering in my veins, filling me with a cold, consuming desire to feed, to grow, to bring in the lost souls and offer them to the house. It was no longer a choice, it was an instinct, a drive that I could not escape. I could feel the house inside me, its pulse sensing with my own. The house wasn't just around me, it was in me. It was part of my blood, my thoughts, my very essence. The hunger had become me, and I had become it. The cycle was endless, and I would feed it forever. But something had changed. The walls of the house, the shifting, the living walls, began to warp. The air, heavy with the pulse of the hunger, seemed to grow thicker, more oppressive. I could feel it now, something new, something different. The house, which had always been a place of shadows and hunger, was moving, shifting, as though it were becoming something else entirely. And then I saw it. The doorway, once a symbol of escape, now loomed before me again. It had appeared in the darkness, a door that wasn't part of the house. It was new, and yet, as I stared at it, I felt something within me stir. A flicker of recognition, a memory. The house had not always been like this. For a fleeting moment, I saw the world through the eyes of the person I had once been. I saw the forest, the woods, the path I had walked on so many years ago. I remembered the scent of the trees, the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves, the feeling of freedom that had once defined me. I remembered who I had been before the hunger, before the house had claimed me. But that was gone now. That person was lost, consumed by the hunger. And yet, something about this door, something about the way it shimmered in the darkness, called to me. It's not too late, the voice, soft, distant, but unmistakable, echoed in my mind. It was my voice, or perhaps the voice of someone who had once been me. It spoke from a place beyond the hunger, beyond the darkness, a place I thought I had lost forever. You can still leave. You can still escape. You don't have to feed it. You don't have to become a part of it forever. The hunger screamed inside me, a deafening roar that drowned out the voice of reason. It wanted me to stay. It wanted me to feed the house, to keep the cycle alive, to keep the hunger growing. But the voice that had once been mine, was a thread of hope, however faint, in the overwhelming darkness. I reached for the door, my hand trembling as I approached it. The house resisted, the hunger clawing at my mind, pulling me away from the threshold. The walls seemed to close in, the shadows stretching toward me, their cold fingers trying to drag me back into the void. But I couldn't stop. Not this time. I had to try. I stepped forward. The darkness around me shifted as the door creaked open, the air growing lighter, less oppressive. The hunger still gnawed at my soul, but for the first time in what felt like an eternity, I felt something else. A flicker of freedom, a sense of choice. I had walked through the woods before, unaware of what awaited me. But now, I knew. Now, I understood. And for the first time in so long, I had the power to choose again. I stepped through the door. The house trembled, as though the very foundation of the darkness was shaking. The hunger roared in my chest, but I felt it beginning to fade, like a distant echo, as though the door was separating me from it. The shadows still clung to me, still reached for me, but I wasn't part of them anymore. I wasn't part of the house. For a moment, I stood in the doorway, the shadows closing behind me. The hunger was still there, still alive inside me, but it was fading. The pull, the insatiable need, was losing its grip. I turned, taking in the world beyond the door. It was the woods again, the woods I had walked through so many years ago. But it wasn't just the woods, it was the world. The sun filtered through the trees, casting warm rays across the ground. The air was fresh, clean. I could feel the breeze on my skin, the earth beneath my feet. It was real. The world had not been consumed by the house. There was still a way out. I was free. I looked back at the door, at the house, at the darkness that had once been my prison. The hunger still stirred inside me, but I could feel it losing its power, fading away into the distance. The house had been left behind. And though the pull of the hunger would never truly go away, I had found a way to break the cycle. But as I turned to leave the door behind, I heard it again. The voice. "You can't leave. You are the heart now. The cycle will never end." I froze. The door, it was closing. It was closing on its own. I turned back, my heart sinking as I saw the edges of the doorway begin to vanish into the shadows. The hunger's pull growing stronger again, like an invisible force trying to drag me back. The house was calling me. It wanted me back. And I realized then what it was. The hunger, the house. It had always been inside me. It had never truly let go. Even as I stood outside, the pull was still there. I could feel it in every fiber of my being, in every thought that crossed my mind. The house was not just a place. It was a part of me, a part of who I had become. You cannot escape. The voice grew louder, more insistent. The hunger is inside you. Forever. I took a step forward, but the ground beneath me shifted. The door was closing. The house was pulling me back, and I could feel the darkness rushing toward me, the void, the hunger. I had thought I was free, but I realized then I had never truly escaped. I wasn't leaving. I was returning. The door slammed shut behind me. The door slammed shut, its finality echoing in my mind like a death knell. The room around me seemed to collapse, the darkness swallowing me whole as the weight of the house's hunger surged back into me, stronger than ever. I had made the mistake of thinking I could escape, of thinking that I had broken free. But the house knew better. It had always known better. I stood in the center of the house, the walls closing in around me, their shapes shifting and warping like living things. The shadows were no longer just shadows. They were real. They were tangible. I could feel their cold touch on my skin, their grasp tightening around my heart. I could feel the hunger deep inside me, burning like fire, a force that would never stop. I had tried to leave, tried to break free, but the house would not let me. It had claimed me, and now it was my responsibility to keep it alive. The hunger inside me roared, drowning out all rational thought. It had been patient, waiting for me to return, and now that I had, it would not let go. I could feel the pulse, the heartbeat of the house, resonating in every corner of my being. The hunger surged forward, demanding that I feed it once again. It was insatiable, relentless, and it would not stop until the world had been consumed. I was no longer just a part of the house. I had become the house. The walls trembled as the hunger inside me spread, coursing through my veins like poison. The shadows pressed in on me, the air thickening with their presence, suffocating me. I could see the souls of the lost, their hollow eyes staring at me, their faces twisted in agony. They had once been like me, trapped, consumed, broken by the house. But now they were just empty shells, feeding the hunger, just as I would. I stepped forward, my body moving on its own, the hunger guiding me. I could hear the whispers, thousands of voices, crying out in unison, begging for release, begging for peace. But there would be no release. There would be no peace. The hunger would never stop. The darkness around me grew thicker, the walls pressing in tighter. I could feel the weight of the house, the weight of its endless cycle, settling on my shoulders. It was mine now. The hunger was mine to bear. It was my duty, my curse to feed the house and keep the cycle going. And there would never be an end. There could be no escape. The room shifted again, the floor beneath me cracking open, revealing the chasm below, the abyss that had once consumed me. I could feel the void calling me, pulling at me, urging me to return to it, to become one with it again. But this time, I did not hesitate. This time, I stepped into the void willingly. I was part of the hunger now. I was part of the house. And the house was part of me. I could feel it. The power. The pull of the hunger. It was inside me, seeping into every part of my being, filling every crevice of my soul. I could feel the house, feel the walls, the very earth beneath me, feeding off my fear, feeding off my desire to escape, to break free. But I was one with it now. There was no escape. The door had closed behind me, but the hunger remained. It was always here. Always in me, always waiting. I had fed it. I had become it. I reached out, and the shadows responded, curling around me, pulling me deeper into the void, deeper into the house. I could feel the weight of the house on my soul, the crushing weight of its hunger, and I knew, deep in my bones, that this was my fate. The house had claimed me, had consumed me, and I had no choice but to feed it. The first soul appeared before me, drawn into the house, just as I had been. It was afraid, terrified of what awaited it, but I could feel it. Feel its fear. It would feed the house. It would become part of the hunger. I reached out, and the shadows coiled around it, pulling it closer, wrapping it in darkness. "Join us," I whispered, the words slipping from my mouth without thought. The hunger surged, filling me, controlling me, and the soul was consumed. It was absorbed by the house, fed to the void, just like all the others. The house grew with every soul, every offering, every life it took. And I was the one who would lead them here. I would guide them into the house, just as I had been guided. The hunger roared inside me, stronger than ever. I could feel the walls of the house shaking, the very foundation trembling with the force of its power. The house was alive, and it was growing. I walked deeper into the darkness, knowing that I would never escape, knowing that I would feed the house forever. There was no end to the hunger. There was no end to the cycle. And I would never be free. The house would consume everything. And I would be the one to feed it. Forever. The darkness around me seemed endless, a vast, oppressive weight that pressed down on every part of my being. The hunger roared inside me, an insatiable force, a relentless call that filled the space, filled everything. It was all-consuming, all-encompassing. There was nothing left but the hunger. I could feel it deep within me, the need to feed it, to give it more souls, more life, more death. The house was alive, breathing through me, through the very pulse of its hunger. It had claimed me, body and soul, and there was no escape. I had become the heart of the house, the conduit through which the darkness would feed, the one who would lead the lost into its embrace. The walls of the house shifted again, the shadows swirling around me, thicker now, almost alive. The air was heavy, thick with the weight of the hunger, as though it was reaching for me, pulling me deeper into its grip. I could feel the power, the ancient force of the house, growing stronger with every soul it consumed. The very ground beneath my feet trembled as the house expanded, reaching out, seeking more. I had long stopped questioning why I had become part of it, why I was the one who had to feed it. There was no point in asking anymore. The house didn't care about questions. It didn't care about me. It only cared about the hunger. And I was its keeper. I moved through the halls, my feet light, but heavy with the weight of my responsibility. The house was growing, and it was my duty to feed it. The hunger inside me was constant, unyielding, a burning fire in my chest that would never stop. Every step I took reverberated with the pulse of the house, the thrum of its power. I could hear the cries of the lost souls that had come before, their voices fading into the darkness, joining the chorus of the house. They were me, and I was them. And now, the next offering was upon me. I entered a room I had never seen before. It was small, almost insignificant compared to the vast expanse of the house. But there was something about it that made it stand out. The walls were covered in strange symbols, glowing faintly in the darkness. The air was thick with an unnatural energy, a pulse of something ancient, something beyond the house itself. It was as if the house had drawn power from the very fabric of reality, and now it was calling for its final offering. And there, standing at the center of the room, was the soul that would complete the cycle. It was alive, but barely. Its form was barely human, twisted by fear, by the endless hunger of the house. It was one of the last, a soul that had been lost long ago, trapped in the house's grip. And now it had come to me. I could feel its presence, feel the remnants of its humanity, the desperate desire to escape, to break free. It was like me, but not. It was still fighting. It didn't know that it had already been claimed. It didn't know that it had already become part of the house. But I knew. I could feel it in the air, in the very pulse of the hunger. It was time. I reached out, my hand trembling as I touched the soul. Its eyes widened, its body stiffening as the shadows coiled around it, drawing it closer to me. I could hear its thoughts, its fear, its pleading. Let me go, please. I don't want this. I don't want to be part of it. But it was already too late. I could feel the hunger surge within me, filling me, consuming me. The house had claimed this soul long ago. And now it was time for it to be fed. The shadows tightened their grip around the soul, pulling it toward the void. The air seemed to crackle with the power of the house, the walls pulsing with its energy. The hunger swelled inside me, an overwhelming force that drowned out all other thoughts. It was no longer just a need, it was a part of me. The hunger was my soul, and I could feel it deep within me, the power of the house, the force that had claimed all of us. The soul screamed, its voice high and desperate, but it was swallowed by the shadows, its form dissolving into the darkness. The house fed, and with it, the hunger inside me grew. The pulse of the house reverberated in my chest, a thundering rhythm that echoed through the very fabric of reality. The walls trembled with its power, and I could feel the house expanding again, growing stronger, more alive. It was unstoppable now. The final offering had been made. I stood there, feeling the weight of it all. The hunger, the house, the endless cycle. I had become one with it. I was the heart. I was the keeper of the cycle, the one who would guide the lost into the darkness, the one who would feed the house forever. The walls seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the hunger, the shadows swirling in time with the heartbeat of the house. I was no longer just a part of it. I had become it, and the hunger would never stop. It would never cease. I could hear the cries of the souls that had come before me, their voices fading, their forms merging with the darkness. They were part of the house now, part of the endless, consuming cycle. And so was I. I had become the hunger. The house would continue to feed, and I would continue to guide it forever. Forever. For so long, I had thought I was trapped in the cycle, caught in the hunger, consumed by the house's insatiable need to feed. But as I stood in the center of the growing darkness, the oppressive pulse of the house thundering in my chest, I felt something different. A tremor, a crack, deep within the house's foundation. It was subtle at first, barely noticeable, but it was there. Something was changing. The hunger, that cold, a knowing force that had once been my only purpose, was starting to lose its grip. I could still feel it, still hear the whispers, still feel the power of the house growing with every soul it consumed. But something was wrong. The shadows seemed to flicker, as though they weren't as stable as they had once been. The pulse of the house was erratic, its rhythm stuttering in my mind. The walls shifted, but not in the usual way. They strained, like something was trying to break free from within. The hunger was still present, still strong, but there was something else. A crack in the foundation. I could feel it in my bones. It was like the house was trying to shed something, something that had once been a part of it, but no longer belonged. For the first time since I had been claimed, I felt a flicker of something inside me, a sense of clarity, a question that had been buried beneath the weight of the hunger, beneath the darkness, for so long. What was this place? What was the house really? Was it merely a force of consumption, a never-ending cycle of feeding? Or was there something deeper to it? Something that had been hidden from me all this time? I moved cautiously through the house, the hunger still gnawing at me, but quieter now, like a distant hum. The shadows still surrounded me, their cold tendrils reaching out, but they didn't feel the same anymore. They felt unsteady. The house itself, which had always felt so absolute, so certain in its hunger, now seemed uncertain, as though it were trembling beneath its own weight. I passed through the hallways, the walls warping and shifting as they always did, but there was something different in the air. The energy felt fractured, as though the house was no longer whole, no longer unified in its purpose. I could feel it deep inside me, that crack in the foundation. The hunger still pulled at me, but it was no longer the only thing that defined me. The hunger had always been a part of the house, but now it felt like the hunger was being undermined. And that was when I saw it. At the end of a long, narrow hallway, there was a door. Unlike the others I had passed, this one was solid, unyielding, as though it had always been part of the house, but somehow out of place. The energy around it was different. There was no hunger here, no pulse, just silence. I approached it, my hand reaching for the handle. I was drawn to it, but there was something else too, fear. A part of me hesitated, as though the house itself were warning me, trying to pull me back from it. But I couldn't stop. Not this time. I opened the door, and I stepped into the room. It was empty. At least, it seemed empty at first. The walls were the same as the rest of the house, twisted and warped, but they felt different. They didn't pulse with hunger. There was no oppressive force here. The air was still, untouched by the darkness that consumed the rest of the house. But there was something else in the room. At the far end, I saw a figure, standing motionless in the corner. It was a person, a man. His back was turned to me, and he seemed familiar. The moment I saw him, I felt a cold chill run down my spine. He wasn't part of the house, not like the others. He turned slowly, and I felt something stir inside me, recognition. His eyes met mine, and they were clear. He wasn't lost. He wasn't hollow. He was alive. Alive in a way I hadn't felt in so long. "You've come," he said, his voice steady, calm. "I knew you would." I didn't answer at first. The hunger still clawed at me, but it was quieter now. It was almost as if it were waiting, as if I were waiting. "Who are you?" I asked, my voice hoarse, unsure. "What is this place? What is happening?" The man stepped forward, his eyes never leaving mine. "This is the core, the beginning, the origin of the house." The words hung in the air like an unspoken truth, heavy with meaning. The house had always been a force of hunger, of darkness. But the core, what was it? "What do you mean, the origin?" I asked, my pulse quickening. He tilted his head, studying me. "The house has fed on souls, yes. But it wasn't always like this. It was created. It was made." The realization hit me like a wave. The house wasn't just some force of nature. It had been built. It had been constructed. And I had been part of it. I had been part of the cycle that kept it going. I looked at him, my mind reeling. Who made it? Who created it? He smiled softly, almost pityingly. I did. I froze. "You," I whispered, my voice breaking. "You made this place." The man nodded. I was the first. I was the first to fall into it. The house is not a force of nature. It's not some ancient evil. It's a creation. A tool. I didn't understand. A tool for what? To feed, he said simply. To feed and grow. My mind reeled, trying to make sense of his words, but nothing fit. The hunger, the house, the endless cycle. It had all seemed so inevitable, so unstoppable. How could this man, be the creator of it? Why? I managed to ask. Why create something like this? He took a step closer, his eyes filled with something I couldn't name. Because I had no choice. The words echoed in my mind, heavy with meaning. But before I could ask him to explain, the hunger surged within me again, stronger than ever. The walls of the room began to close in, the shadows creeping around the edges, reaching for me. The cycle was starting again. I could feel it. The house was alive. It was pulling me back, taking me back into its fold. I was its heart, and it wanted me to feed it. The man smiled, a sad, knowing smile. You will understand soon enough. And then, just as I was about to reach for him, the hunger took hold of me again, pulling me into the shadows. The house was calling, and I had no choice but to answer. The shadows pulled me back into their suffocating grip, dragging me away from the man, away from the words that had barely begun to make sense. The hunger surged inside me once again, overwhelming everything. My thoughts, my fears, my doubts. The pulse of the house beat louder, stronger, as though it could feel my resistance. As though it could sense the question that had formed inside me: why? The hunger was the only thing that mattered now. It was an endless tide, crashing through me, dragging me deeper into the void of the house, deeper into the cycle that had claimed me. But as I fell through the darkness, something in me stirred. A flicker, a spark, something that had been buried deep within my soul. The man's words echoed in my mind. I made it. I was the first. I had been so focused on feeding the hunger, so consumed by the need to keep the house alive, that I hadn't stopped to question its origins. But now, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more. Something I had missed. The hunger, the house. It had always been my reality, my existence, but I could feel a crack in the foundation now. Something was wrong. The house was not as it had always seemed. It wasn't just an unstoppable force of nature. It had been made, shaped by someone like me, but also not like me. The darkness around me thickened, pressing in, suffocating. But I forced myself to focus. I had to understand. I had to know the truth. Who made this place? I was still falling, though I could no longer tell how much time had passed. The shadows swirled around me, but the room with the man, had disappeared. It had all disappeared, as though it had never been. I slammed into the ground with a force that left me breathless. But the hunger didn't allow me to linger in the shock. It was there, suffocating, clawing at me, pulling me back into the cycle. I wanted to scream, but the shadows around me closed in tighter, until I could hardly breathe. The figure had been right. The cycle would never end. But it was different now. The hunger, the house, the very essence of the darkness around me. There was something more, something deeper. And I was starting to see it. The walls around me began to shift again, the dark tendrils of the house twisting, warping, and I knew that I was at the center of it all. I was its heart, its keeper, and yet it was growing, expanding, feeding. But something inside me was beginning to break free, something that had been buried deep within me, something that I had been denying all along. Why am I still here? The hunger had always been a part of me, a part of the house. But now I felt it differently. The coldness, the emptiness, it had spread so deep inside me, and yet the echo of who I had been, the man who had entered these woods so long ago, still lingered. It had never left me. The house could take my body. It could feed on my soul. But there was something within me that the house couldn't consume. It couldn't erase the question. It couldn't erase my will to understand, to break free. The walls shifted, distorting into shapes that made no sense, bending in unnatural ways, but I stood still. Despite the pull of the hunger, despite the roar inside me, I stood and I asked, who made this place? Who really created it? The voice came again, but this time, it wasn't the hunger. It wasn't the pulse of the house, it was the man. You still don't understand, do you? His voice was a whisper in the darkness, soft but steady. You never asked because you didn't want to know. You just fed the house, gave it what it wanted, and you became part of it. But now you're starting to see. Now you're starting to ask the questions you've buried. I turned toward the voice, my heart pounding as the darkness swirled around me, and there he was again, standing just out of reach, a shadow in the room. You think you were the first? He continued, his voice calm, yet filled with a deep sorrow. But you weren't. You never were. I wasn't the first either. The house was already alive before either of us came along. It was already feeding, growing, consuming. It was born from the void itself. Something ancient. Something older than you could possibly understand. The truth was starting to form, but it wasn't clear. There was too much that didn't make sense. The house, the hunger, it wasn't just created by him, by me. It existed. But I gave it purpose, he said, stepping closer now, his form becoming clearer. I gave it form. I gave it the hunger. And in doing so, I became bound to it, just as you have. But the hunger is not the house. It's only one aspect of it. One small part. I tried to step back, but the shadows pushed me forward, the hunger pulling at me like it always did. I couldn't resist it. What is it then? I rasped, my throat tight. If not the hunger, then what? He smiled sadly, his eyes filled with a deep sadness. It is the empty space between everything. It is the unseen. The void between worlds. The place that feeds off that which is lost, that which doesn't belong. The house is only a structure that contains it. It's not the house that's alive. It's the emptiness. The realization hit me like a physical blow. The house was not just a force. It was a prison. A containment for the void itself, the nothingness between existence and non-existence. And I wasn't feeding the house. I was feeding the void. And the void was hungry. The truth crashed down on me with the weight of 1,000 forgotten years. The hunger wasn't just a part of the house. The house wasn't the true entity. The true force, the one that had been feeding, growing, consuming, was the void. It was a thing older than time itself, a force of nothingness, of emptiness, that had no beginning and no end. The house was merely a vessel, a prison, as the man had said, a structure built to contain something too powerful, too destructive to be unleashed. And I had been part of it. I had fed it. I staggered back, the shadows pulling at my limbs, refusing to let me escape the realization. The void had been inside me all along, a part of me that I had never known. It had wormed its way into my soul, twisted my thoughts, made me its servant without my even knowing. I had thought the hunger was all there was, all I was meant to feed. But the hunger was just an extension of the void's power. It was the only way it could grow, the only way it could live. The hunger wasn't just about feeding. It was about awakening the void. And the more souls that were consumed, the closer the void came to breaking free, to escaping the house's walls. I had been an unwitting accomplice in its rise, feeding it with every soul that crossed the threshold, every life that had been devoured. And now, I was beginning to feel the consequences. The man's face was now clearer, more defined, though his form still felt wrong. His eyes hollow, like he had been drained by the very thing he had created. He had become part of the void as well, a broken, twisted remnant of someone who had long lost their humanity. He had made the house, yes, but now, like me, he was trapped within it. Bound to the cycle, a prisoner of the void's hunger. You're starting to understand, he said, his voice heavy with the weight of all that had happened. The void was never meant to be contained. It's never been about the house or the hunger. It's about what lies beyond. The emptiness, the nothingness. And it wants to be free. I swallowed hard, the realization sinking in deeper. I wasn't just part of the house. I wasn't just feeding the house. I had been feeding the nothingness, the void that was growing stronger, feeding off the souls that I had helped claim. And the house, the walls, The corridors that had once seemed like a prison, they were just the beginning. No, I whispered, shaking my head in disbelief. We can't be feeding it. The man's hollow gaze pierced me. That's exactly what you've been doing. Every time you've brought in another soul. Every time you've fed the hunger. You've been feeding the void. The emptiness has grown with each offering, and now it's almost ready. The air around me began to tremble, the walls vibrating with an unnatural energy. I could feel it, the void, pressing in on every side, its dark, empty presence growing stronger with each passing second. It was awakening. It was preparing to break free, and I realized then, with a sickening clarity, that the hunger had been just a tool, a necessary part of the cycle, but only a means to an end. The true goal of the house, the true purpose, was not to feed, but to prepare the world for the return of the void. The man stepped closer, his form flickering as though he were being torn between the house and the void. The house was never meant to hold the void forever. It was only a prison, a place to keep it contained, to keep it from consuming everything. But you fed it enough for it to wake up. Now, it will escape, and when it does, it will consume everything. A cold chill ran through my spine. The realization hit me with the force of a storm. The house, the hunger, the cycle. It had all been leading up to this moment. The void was awakening, and there was nothing left to contain it. Not anymore. We've all been trapped, I said, my voice hoarse. Trapped in this cycle, feeding the void. But what happens when it breaks free? What happens when it escapes? The man's eyes darkened, his form flickering like a dying flame. Nothing will remain. The void doesn't exist. It's nothing. A force of destruction, a force that consumes everything. It doesn't need time. It doesn't need matter. It just is. And when it's free, the world will be nothing but an empty shell, a void without end. I turned away, the hunger inside me surging again, but it felt different now. It wasn't the same. It didn't feel like mine anymore. The hunger had always been a part of the house, of the void. But now, it felt like a trap, a chain that bound me to the void's awakening, a link between its hunger and my own. I had been feeding it for so long, and now I could feel it feeding me, an endless cycle of consumption, each life taken in the name of keeping the void alive. I stepped back, panic rising in my chest. How do we stop it? How do we stop the void from breaking free? The man's form flickered again, weaker this time, as if the very nature of the void was tearing at him. You can't stop it. Not now. It's already started. The only way to stop it would have been to never feed it. But now, it's too late. You've all become part of it. His voice faded into the shadows, and the house seemed to darken, the air growing heavier, colder. The pulse of the void echoed in my skull, louder now, as though the very foundation of the house was shattering. The walls themselves seemed to be bending, shifting, and I could feel the emptiness, the nothingness, spreading like wildfire, tearing through the house, consuming everything in its path. The hunger surged inside me, but it wasn't mine anymore. It wasn't my hunger. I wasn't feeding the house, feeding the void. The void was feeding on me. The walls began to crack, the shadows swirling like a storm. The emptiness was coming, and it was too late to stop it. The void had already escaped, and the world, my world, was about to end. The walls around me trembled again, the foundation of the house cracking and shifting as if it were being torn apart from the inside. The pulse of the hunger had turned into something else, something deeper, more violent. The very air around me felt like it was disintegrating, dissolving into the void that now flooded the house. I could feel the emptiness rushing toward me, consuming everything in its path, pulling at me, pulling at everything. The house was no longer just a prison. It was a catalyst, a conduit for the void to spread, to take over, to devour the world. It had been feeding off souls for so long. But now it had become something far worse. The hunger had been just a part of the process, a necessary tool, a means to an end. The true end was now unfolding before me. I looked around, trying to make sense of the chaos, but there was no sense to be made. The shadows writhed and twisted in every direction, and the very fabric of reality seemed to be warping. I could feel the pull of the void deep inside me, the familiar sensation of being consumed, but this time it was different. This time, it wasn't just my soul being pulled into it. It was everything. The house, the world, the universe itself. I was falling, and I couldn't stop it. The figure of the man appeared again, his form flickering in and out of existence, like a ghost caught between worlds. His eyes were empty, now hollow. The void had claimed him too, just as it had claimed me. "It's done," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the howling winds of emptiness that swirled around us. "There's no stopping it now. The void is free." I couldn't respond. The words didn't matter anymore. Nothing mattered. The hunger, the void. It was too strong. It was pulling me back, pulling me into the nothingness. But even as I felt the pull, a thought flickered in my mind, a desperate, fragmented thought. Is there no hope left? Had the house truly consumed everything? Was there no escape from the void that was swallowing it all? I turned to face the man, but he was no longer fully there. He was fading, being pulled into the void. His last words came in a whisper, almost too faint to hear. "You were always part of it, you always will be." The darkness around me seemed to thicken, like the very air had become liquid, suffocating me, pressing against my body, my thoughts, my soul. I could feel it now, the last vestiges of my humanity slipping away, consumed by the void. The house had become part of me, and I had become part of the house. But now, it wasn't just the house or the hunger. It was the emptiness, the nothingness, and it was taking everything. I reached out, desperate, but there was nothing left to grasp. The house, the walls, the hunger, all of it was crumbling around me. The void was consuming everything, pulling at me, tearing me apart. The shadows that had once been my prison were now nothing, stretching and merging into the darkness, a final, endless void that would swallow the world whole. There was no sound now, only the oppressive silence of the void. It was the absence of everything. No more whispers, no more hunger, no more souls, just an endless, suffocating emptiness. I felt myself slipping away, my form becoming nothing, my thoughts dissolving into the void. But even as I felt the last remnants of my identity fade, a strange sense of clarity emerged within me. A fleeting thought, a single question. Was this it? Was this the end? And then, in that single, fleeting moment, I understood. The void wasn't just an absence. It wasn't just nothing. It was everything that had ever been lost, everything that had ever been consumed. The hunger, the house, the cycle. It was all part of the void. The house had never truly contained it. It had only masked it, kept it hidden, feeding it, allowing it to grow. The house had been a prison, but the void had always been waiting, always growing, always wanting. It wasn't just consuming. It was remaking the world, reshaping it in its own image. And now it had broken free. The last piece of me, the last trace of who I had been, faded away, consumed by the vast, endless void. There was no pain, no fear, just an overwhelming sense of peace, a peace that came with the complete absence of everything. And then there was nothing, no hunger, no house, no world, only the void. And I was part of it, forever, in the vast emptiness, where time no longer existed and space folded in on itself. There was nothing. There was no pain, no hunger, no sense of self, only the deep, infinite stretch of the void. It was a silence deeper than any I had known, a coldness that filled every inch of my being, erasing every thought, every memory. The void was all that remained. And in that vast, suffocating nothingness, I realized the truth I had long feared: the hunger, the house. The endless cycle had never been the end. It had only been the beginning. For a brief moment, I thought it might be over. That perhaps this was the release. The escape from the hunger that had tormented me, the house that had consumed me, and the void that had been pulling at my soul. But instead of peace, I felt the eerie quiet stretch on indefinitely. The absence of all things felt almost alive, as though it were a presence unto itself, watching, waiting. In the heart of the nothingness, a small flicker of light emerged. It was faint, almost imperceptible against the endless black. But it was there, and it was growing. I couldn't understand it at first. The void had consumed everything. There was nothing left. No remnants of the house. No hunger. No walls. So why this light? Why was something beginning when everything had been erased? The light began to grow stronger, pulsing gently in the cold, still air. It spread like an ink blot, each expansion bringing a strange warmth to the void, an unnatural glow that felt like the first stirrings of life after an eternity of stillness. The more I focused on it, the more I felt a presence, not of hunger, but of something else, something unfamiliar yet somehow familiar. As the light swelled, it began to form into shapes, abstract at first, then becoming clearer, as though reality itself was stitching itself back together, bit by bit. It was subtle at first, but I could feel it, a soft shift in the stillness. Was this creation? Was this the birth of something new? Or was it merely the echo of everything that had been consumed? The more I tried to grasp what was happening, the more the light spread. And in it, I saw fragments, visions, things that were not of the void, images from the house, from my past, faces, places, the trees from the woods where it all began, the distorted form of the man, the creator, his eyes filled with that hollow, desperate sorrow. Then, in the center of the growing light, a figure appeared. At first, it was just a silhouette, but the more the light spread, the clearer it became. It was me. No, not me. Not the broken, hollow version of myself that had been consumed by the hunger, but something else. Something that had not yet been touched by the void. My hands were whole. My body felt real. I felt a sense of self, of identity, returning. But this version of me was different. I was no longer tied to the hunger, no longer bound to the house. The cycle, the endless loop of feeding, was broken. I could feel it. There was no longer the gnawing pull of the void inside me. It had stopped. I reached out, my hands trembling, but this time they felt warm. Real. I felt a sense of power surging within me. Power that didn't come from feeding the void, but from creating. I was no longer a part of the cycle. I was no longer bound by the hunger or the house. I could see the truth clearly now. This was not just a rebirth. This was a choice. The void had come, consumed everything. But it hadn't won. It had thought it had claimed everything, all of existence. It had grown, and I had been the instrument of its cycle. But the cycle had been broken, and now I stood in its wake. This light, this new form, it was the potential of something different. The hunger, the house, the void, they had been a force of destruction. But now, I saw the flicker of creation, of life, of something beyond the void. This wasn't the end. It was the beginning of something else. I stepped forward, reaching into the light. And as my hand passed through it, I felt the warmth of something new, something alive, coursing through me. The void had tried to consume everything, but in doing so, it had birthed something else, something powerful, something that could exist outside the cycle. I turned my gaze to the center of the light, where the void still lingered, broken and powerless. And with that, a realization swept through me. The house hadn't contained the void, it had bound it, and now it was no longer necessary. The hunger that had consumed me, the house that had imprisoned me, it was no longer part of me. The void had lost its grip, and in its place was this. A new beginning. I felt a surge of purpose, a power unlike anything I had ever known. The void had been defeated, consumed by its own hunger. And what was left was something new, something I had never imagined before. I looked at the light, and I felt it within me. The choice. The void was still there, yes, but it had been transformed. Now it was the beginning of something else, something free. Something that could no longer be contained. The darkness was no longer the end. It was the beginning of creation. And so I stepped forward. I was not the heart of the house anymore. I was the beginning of something new. The light enveloped me, and as I crossed through the threshold of what remained, I knew that I was no longer part of the cycle. I had broken it. I had created something new. The void had been consumed. And now, it was time to build, to create, to live, from nothing. The light around me intensified, bathing everything in its soft glow, its warmth flooding through me. Like the first rays of dawn after an eternal night. As I stepped forward, I felt the void receding, its oppressive weight no longer pressing on my chest. The hunger that had once filled me, the need to feed, to consume, it was gone, as if it had never existed. The world around me began to take shape, slowly, gently. I looked around, and where there had once been nothing but the endless, suffocating darkness, I now saw a world coming to life. The empty space that had swallowed everything before was transforming. The ground beneath my feet became solid, real. I felt the pulse of the earth, the rhythm of life, flowing through it. The light spread outward, filling the void with color, texture, and form. The hunger had consumed everything before, leaving only emptiness. But now, the emptiness was filling with something new, something alive. I stepped forward again, and the land around me responded. Trees began to sprout from the ground, their branches stretching upward toward the sky, their leaves shimmering in the soft light. The air was thick with the scent of fresh earth and new life. Flowers bloomed in radiant colors, their petals unfurling like the first breath of spring. The world around me was coming alive, breathing, growing. This was not the void. This was something else entirely. Creation. I stood there for a moment, my hands trembling at my sides, my heart racing in my chest. I had once been a part of the cycle, the endless feeding, the hunger that had consumed me. I had thought that was all I was. But now I was something more. I had broken free. I had turned the tide. And now I was here in a world that I had created, a world that had been born from the very nothingness the void had sought to consume. I took a deep breath, feeling the air fill my lungs. The fresh, cool air of this new world. I was no longer bound by the hunger, no longer a prisoner of the void. I was its creator, its liberator. I was a part of this new world. This new beginning, this new cycle of life. As I stood there, taking it all in, a sense of peace washed over me. The weight that had once crushed my soul was gone. There was no more hunger, no more fear. There was only this moment, this world, this possibility. I looked around, at the sky above, at the trees, the flowers, the land that was now full of life, and I realized something. This world wasn't just about existence. It was about choice. The void had been a force of destruction, of consumption, but in breaking free of it, I had created something that could choose, to grow, to change, to live. And now, it was my choice to guide it. I turned toward the horizon, my gaze fixed on the vast landscape stretching before me, full of promise, full of life. There was so much to build, so much to create. The world was alive with potential, and I, for the first time in what felt like an eternity, felt a deep sense of purpose. I wasn't alone in this. There were others, souls that had been lost, souls that had been consumed by the house, by the hunger. They were here now, in the land I had created, free from the cycle, free from the void. I could feel them, their presence, their spirits, as they too began to awaken in this new world. The house, the hunger, the void, they were no longer part of this world. They had been consumed by the light, by the creation of this new reality. And the cycle was broken. But even as I felt the peace of this new beginning, I knew there was still work to be done. The land needed tending. The life needed nurturing. I wasn't the end of the story. I was the beginning of something far greater than I could comprehend. I reached out, my hands brushing the leaves of a tree as it grew beside me, its branches stretching toward the sky. And in that moment, I realized I was no longer part of the void, nor the house, nor the hunger. I was part of this new world, a world that had no hunger, no void, only the possibility of life. I stepped forward, the world opening up before me, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, I took a deep breath of hope. I had created it, and now it was time to live, to build, to grow, to choose. And this time, the choice was mine. The air around me hummed with energy, a fresh and exhilarating kind of life that I hadn't known before. As I stood on the threshold of this new world, the earth beneath my feet seemed to pulse, almost as if it too was waking up, stretching after a long slumber. The land, once a barren void, was now brimming with potential. Each step I took brought more change, more life into existence, as though the very world was responding to my presence. The ground cracked open beneath me, and shoots of grass broke through, their green stems reaching toward the sky. Flowers blossomed where my hands touched the earth, spreading vibrant colors across the land. For a moment, I simply stood there, taking it all in. I could feel the weight of this new beginning, the responsibility of it all. This world was no longer the dark, endless cycle of the void, nor the consuming house that had fed on souls. It was something else, something new, and I had a role in it, not as a prisoner, but as a creator. As I moved through the land, the world around me continued to evolve. Birds flew overhead, their songs filling the air with melody. Animals wandered through the trees, their movements graceful and free. It was a world of life, of freedom, and of choice. But even as the beauty of this new world surrounded me, I knew that it couldn't be left to grow on its own. It needed care, guidance, and it needed me. I was not just a creator, but a caretaker. It was my responsibility to tend to the land, to ensure that it would continue to grow and flourish. This was the first step in building something that could sustain itself, something that would not fall into the void again. I turned my gaze toward the horizon, where the light of this new world stretched endlessly, and a deep sense of purpose filled my chest. The void, the hunger, had always been an all-consuming force. But now, I had created something that was its antithesis, something that could grow, not from consumption, but from nurturing. It was the very essence of creation. I knelt down, placing my hands on the soil once more. The earth responded, warm and alive, and I could feel a deep connection with it, as though I were not just part of the world, but one with it. The land whispered its secrets to me, the winds carrying the promise of what was to come. I felt the pulse of life, not as an overwhelming hunger, but as a steady rhythm, a heartbeat. As I planted the first seeds into the earth, I felt a profound sense of peace. The seeds I planted weren't just for the land, they were for everything. They symbolized hope. They were the foundation of what this world could become, a world of creation, not destruction, a world of life, not void. I stood up, wiping the dirt from my hands, and watched as the first seeds took root. The earth responded quickly, nurturing them, giving them what they needed to grow. The ground softened, the air grew sweeter, and the sky above me seemed brighter. In the distance, I could see the faintest hint of something else. A building, rising slowly from the ground. At first, it was just a silhouette, but as it grew, I realized it wasn't a prison. It wasn't a structure meant to contain. It was something entirely new. A place that would not hold but shelter. A sanctuary. And it was growing from the very earth beneath my feet. I approached it cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. This wasn't a house. It wasn't a cage. It was something else. A place that would support the life of this world. A place that would help it grow. I touched the walls of the structure as it took form, and I felt a wave of warmth spread through me. It was not a prison. It was a sanctuary designed to nurture, to protect, and to help the world around it flourish. The structure rose higher, its foundation solid, its purpose clear. It was not built on hunger or consumption. It was built on care, on creation, on the desire for something better. And as it grew, I knew that I had begun something more than just a new world. I had started a new cycle, one that was not defined by emptiness or the hunger for souls. It was defined by growth, by possibility, by life. The air around me grew thicker with energy as the land responded. Trees grew taller, rivers wound through valleys, mountains rose in the distance. The world was coming alive, not because of destruction, but because of creation. And as I walked through it, I realized I was not just the creator of this place. I was its protector, its guardian. The seed had been planted, and now it was time for the world to grow. It would not be easy. There would be challenges, obstacles, and moments of doubt. But this time, the world wasn't built on the destruction of others. It was built on the hope of something better. I looked out over the landscape, watching as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon. The world was new. It was beautiful, and it was mine to nurture. For the first time in what felt like forever, I was no longer a prisoner. I was no longer a servant to the hunger, to the void. I was a part of something greater than myself. I was the creator, and this world was my gift. And it was only just beginning. The first seeds were planted. As the sun crept higher in the sky, casting its golden rays across the vast landscape I had begun to shape, I realized that this world I had created was not just an empty expanse awaiting life to fill it. It was alive. Every moment that passed brought new growth, new possibilities, and new creations. And yet, I knew something was still missing. The world had come alive in a way I never expected, from the smallest plants reaching toward the sky to the majestic trees that towered above. But the land was still silent in its depth. There were no voices, no people, no beings to share in the growth, to walk upon the earth and witness its transformation. This world, this sanctuary I had built, needed more than just plants and animals. It needed life. It needed people. I walked through the fields I had nurtured, feeling the pulse of life beneath my feet. The seeds I had planted were now thriving, and yet, in the quiet corners of my mind, I could feel an ache for something more. The land wasn't complete. It wasn't truly alive until there were those who could walk its earth, breathe its air, and contribute to its ongoing creation. As I wandered farther, a new thought blossomed in my mind. What if the void that had been my prison, that ancient force that consumed and destroyed, had once been a part of something beautiful? What if it had been, at some point, a part of the world that had grown but had lost its way? Could it be that within the void itself, there was still potential for new growth? Was there a place for everything in this world of creation? I stopped, my feet firmly planted in the soil, and closed my eyes, focusing on the pulse of the earth beneath me. The land had grown, but I knew that it would never be whole until the right beings arrived to take part in its creation. With that thought, I raised my hands, letting my energy flow outward. I felt it, something new, something different from the past. A spark of life, of consciousness, that seemed to come from the land itself, from the very essence of what I had built. And then it happened. From the earth, from the trees, from the sky, beings began to emerge. Slowly at first, then more rapidly, like the land itself was exhaling the souls that had once been consumed by the house, the void. They were not like me, not exactly. They were new, born of this land, of this world I had created. They were shaped from the earth's essence, yet their forms were familiar. Humanoid, but not quite human. They were creatures of the land, made of stone, wood, and earth, their bodies imbued with the life of the world around them. They stood tall, their eyes filled with curiosity and wonder, as though they had just awoken from a long, peaceful sleep. They looked at me, their faces blank for a moment, But as they saw me, something stirred within them. They understood, without words, without instruction, the world they had entered. And they understood their purpose: to nurture, to grow, to become a part of the land. I could feel their connection to the earth, to me, to everything I had created. They were beings of creation, not destruction. They would tend the land, walk its surface, and continue its growth. The cycle I had broken, the void that had once consumed everything, was no longer in their hearts. They were free, and with their freedom, they would shape this world, guide it, and help it thrive. The creatures. These new beings began to move across the land, their hands touching the earth, planting more seeds, watching as plants grew where their fingers touched. They felt the pulse of the land, the heartbeat of this new world, and they became its stewards, its caretakers. I stood at the center of this creation, watching them, knowing that they were more than just workers of the land. They were part of the world, a new race born of it. And they would live in harmony with the earth, helping it to flourish. But even as the creatures took their first steps, something gnawed at the back of my mind. As much as I had created this new world, as much as I had freed it from the hunger of the void, I realized there was still a part of me, of all of us, that carried the mark of the past. The void still lurked in the depths of this world, waiting for the right moment to rise again. The creatures, the new people of this world, may have been born free, but the shadow of the past remained deep within the earth, beneath the soil. The house, the prison, had been broken. Yes, but the void had not been eradicated. It had merely been sealed, locked away in the corners of the world, and I had created that seal. But could the void truly be contained forever? I turned away from the creatures, my mind spinning with these thoughts. The land was alive, but I knew that there would always be a tension between creation and destruction, between light and dark, between the hunger and the potential for life. The void might be gone for now, but I wasn't naive enough to believe it would never return. I had given the world life, but with that life came the awareness that it would never be completely free of the shadows. There would always be balance, creation and destruction, a cycle that had been broken but would forever have its echoes in the world. The creatures continued their work, planting, growing, building, but I felt the weight of the responsibility that lay on me. I was their creator, yes, but I was also the keeper of the balance. I had shaped the land, given it life, but now I would have to protect it. Not just from the void, but from the forces that sought to twist it, to bring it back to darkness. I turned back toward the horizon, toward the endless expanse of the world I had given life to. There was no going back. The world was alive, and I was part of it, but the battle was not over. The void had been sealed, but it was still there, waiting, and I would be ready when it returned. For this world was not just my creation. It was my responsibility, and I would guard it until the end. I stood there, watching the world I had created unfold before me. The creatures, these beings of earth, stone, and wood, moved with purpose, planting, building, nurturing the land. The vibrant energy of this new world was alive with promise, yet beneath its surface, a subtle tension lingered. I could feel it, a crack in the very fabric of this place, a whisper in the depths of the land, a reminder that nothing could exist without its shadow. The creatures I had birthed into this world were perfect, free of the hunger, free of the void that had consumed me. Yet, something was missing, something that tugged at the edges of my awareness like a distant storm slowly gathering strength. It was as if the land itself was incomplete. Despite its beauty, despite its life, I could still feel the emptiness in the very core of this world. I had created the light, the warmth, the earth, and the life, but the darkness, the shadow that had once been my prison, had not been erased. It had been locked away, contained, but not vanquished. I closed my eyes, feeling the pulse of the land beneath me. I could still feel the faint stirrings of the void beneath the surface. It was deep, far beneath the new world, buried under layers of life, yet still alive, waiting, biding its time. The balance between creation and destruction, between light and dark, was delicate. I had learned that truth well, but now I understood it more deeply than ever. No world could exist without both. I walked toward the center of the land, where the first of the creatures had begun building their sanctuary. The air here was thick with energy, filled with the hum of new life. The structures they built were simple, yet sturdy, designed to protect and shelter. They worked in unison, guided by an instinct I had instilled in them. It was beautiful to watch, to see these beings working together, learning, growing. But even as they worked, I knew that their existence was tied to more than just their labor. Their very presence was a reflection of the land, of this world's fragility and its strength. And so I stood there, watching, waiting for the inevitable. The shadows would always be a part of the cycle, and soon they would rise. The wind shifted suddenly, colder than before. The land seemed to pause, as if holding its breath. The creatures continued to work, unaware of the subtle change that had begun to stir. But I felt it. The air was growing heavier, thicker. The pulse of the void, buried deep within the earth, had begun to stir. It was as if the land itself was remembering. I walked toward the highest hill in the land, standing above the creatures, watching the world below. The sky above was clear, stretching into infinity, but I knew the storm was coming. I felt it in my bones, in the very air around me. The shadows were awakening. I closed my eyes and reached out with my senses. The land responded, but there was something else, something darker beneath the surface. The creatures felt it too. They stopped working for a moment, their gazes lifting to the sky, to the shadows that were beginning to move across the land like a slow, creeping fog. Their eyes were wide with a new sense of awareness, as if they could sense the change as well. The first shadow appeared at the edge of the land, a ripple in the air, an absence that seemed to distort the very light around it. It moved with purpose, slow and deliberate, as though it knew what it was meant to do. It spread like ink, filling the space, wrapping around the life that had been created, suffocating it, twisting it. I stepped forward, my heart racing, and raised my hand toward the shadow. The energy of the land surged beneath my feet, a protective shield of creation, but the shadow pressed against it, seeping through the cracks like liquid darkness. I felt the void within me stir once again, awakening as the shadow grew, feeding off the land's light, pulling at the creature's very essence. I knew what I had to do. This world was mine, and I had created it, but the void, the darkness, was part of the cycle. It was an inescapable force, one that could never truly be destroyed. It could only be sealed. But this time, I would not be a passive keeper. I had been its instrument once, but now I would contain it. I would shape the darkness, not let it consume everything in its path. I raised my hand again, calling on the energy that had built this world, drawing on the strength of creation itself. The ground beneath me trembled as the light from the earth surged toward me, pooling around my body. The creatures watched, silent, as the shadow advanced, but I could feel their hope, just as I felt my own. We would not let this world fall. The shadow recoiled for a moment, as though sensing the force gathering against it. It twisted, curling in on itself, but it did not retreat. Instead, it fought. I pushed forward, drawing the light into a sphere around me, a protective barrier of creation. The shadow lashed out again, but this time, it was met with a powerful force. The land itself was fighting back. The light was stronger than the darkness, and it pushed the void back, but it would not be enough for long. I could feel it. The shadow was only a manifestation of something far older, far more powerful than I could understand. As the shadow pressed in, I began to weave the light around it, pulling at the void's very essence, seeking to bind it, to hold it in place, to keep it contained. The earth beneath me shifted, responding to my will, but I knew this would only be temporary. The balance would always remain fragile, and the shadows would always be there, waiting. The creatures gathered around me, their eyes wide with understanding, their hands outstretched toward the light. Together, we channeled the energy of the world, binding the void, holding it in place. The land responded, the very soil, the air, and the light bending around the darkness, wrapping it in a cocoon of creation. The void struggled against it, but it could not break free. Not yet. I felt the weight of what I had done, the immense power of holding the void at bay. But I knew that this battle was far from over. The darkness would always return. It would always seek to consume. But for now, I had contained it. The land had been saved. The creatures could live, grow, and flourish for the moment. But I knew that one day the shadow would rise again, and when it did, I would be ready. For now, though, I stood at the center of it all, surrounded by the creatures, the world, and the light, knowing that I had broken the cycle, at least for now. And in that moment, I understood. The cycle of creation and destruction would continue, but it was up to us, to me, to ensure that creation would always have the strength to stand against the darkness. The first step had been taken. Now, it was time to guard what we had created, to protect it. Forever, the world had calmed in the aftermath of the battle with the void. The darkness now contained, but I knew, deep within me, that it was far from over. The balance I had forged between creation and destruction was fragile, and I could feel the void, ever watchful, lingering just beneath the surface. It had been sealed, yes, but it had not been vanquished. And I had become its eternal keeper. The creatures of the land, those beings born from the earth itself, returned to their work, building and nurturing the world that I had gifted them. Their presence was a steady comfort, a reminder that, despite the darkness that had nearly consumed everything, life had flourished once again. It was a peaceful sight. Yet, in the quiet corners of my mind, I felt the unsettling truth. This peace, like all peace, was temporary. The void would return. And when it did, it would test everything I had created. As I walked through the land, feeling the soft earth beneath my feet, the soft breeze of a world reborn, my thoughts kept returning to the words of the man who had first brought the house into being. He had spoken of creation, of the need for balance, of the void that had always existed, lurking just beyond the reach of the light. He had created the house to contain it, but I had shattered that plan. But now I had created something else, something born of light, born of creation, that had managed to push back the darkness. I had broken the cycle of hunger and destruction, but I had also put myself in a position of responsibility I hadn't fully understood before. The land, the creatures, the people, all of this was my creation, and now I was its protector. But the question that lingered in my mind was this: how could I protect it forever? How could I ensure that the void would never rise again? The answer, though not immediately clear, began to take shape as I walked deeper into the world I had created. I sensed a shift, a whisper in the air that grew stronger with every step. The ground beneath me seemed to hum with energy, and I felt a strange pull, an ancient call that seemed to be coming from deep within the earth itself. I followed it, my heart quickening with every step. It was a call I had never heard before, but it was a call I instinctively knew I had to answer. The creatures, too, seemed to notice the change. They paused, their movements slowing as they turned their eyes toward me, sensing something. The pull led me toward the heart of the land, the place where I had first created life, the place where the seed had been planted, and where the balance between light and dark had first been forged. As I neared it, the air grew warmer, the earth beneath my feet thrumming with energy. The trees around me seemed to bend toward me, their branches reaching out as if in welcome. The land itself seemed to be drawing me toward its very core, where something ancient and powerful waited. I reached the center of the land, and there, standing in the midst of the growing trees, was a stone structure. It was not something I had created, yet it felt as though it had always been there, waiting. The stones were ancient, worn by time, but their energy was undeniable. They pulsed with power, and as I stepped closer, I could feel the void stir beneath my feet, pulling at me, testing me. This place, the stone structure, was not merely a monument of old. It was the last key to the balance, the final piece of the puzzle that would keep the void contained. I reached out and placed my hand on the stone. Instantly, a wave of energy rushed through me, the power of the earth surging into me, filling me with an ancient force. The stone seemed to respond, shifting and vibrating beneath my touch. And in that moment, I understood. The void could never be truly defeated. It was a part of the world, a force of nature that would always exist. But the world, this world, could not remain untouched by the darkness forever. It had to be protected, sealed, and kept in balance. I wasn't just a creator, I was a guardian, a protector of the cycle of creation and destruction. The stone in front of me was the key to this balance. And I, as the guardian of this world, would have to keep it intact. With a deep breath, I closed my eyes and focused, channeling all the energy of the earth, all the power of creation, into the stone. As I did, the stone began to glow, its energy spreading outward, forming a protective barrier around the land. I felt the void push against it, its force threatening to break through. But I held steady. The energy of creation fought back, repelling the darkness, keeping it sealed. The land responded, the earth shifting to strengthen the seal, to reinforce the balance between light and dark. I could feel the void's hunger, its endless desire to consume, but it was contained for now. The stone glowed brighter, stronger, until the void's pull weakened, its influence receding. The energy in the air settled, and I opened my eyes. The stone before me had returned to its dormant state, its glow dimming, but the seal was solid. The void had been held back, its hunger curbed for the moment, and I had done what I could to protect the land from its influence. But as I stepped back from the stone, I knew this was only a temporary solution. The void was not gone. It would return again in time. And each time it did, the struggle to contain it would grow harder. I turned back to the creatures, watching as they resumed their work, unaware of the forces that constantly threatened the balance of their world. But I understood now, in a way I hadn't before. This world, this creation, was not just about nurturing life. It was about constant vigilance, about guarding the balance between creation and destruction. I had broken the cycle of hunger. But now, I faced a new challenge, keeping the darkness at bay, ensuring that the void would never again consume what I had created. And as the sun set on this world, a new thought entered my mind, cold and inevitable. I had won this battle, but the war was far from over. The void would always be watching, and I, as its eternal keeper, would have to be ready when it returned. As the night sky spread its vast blanket over the land, a quiet settled over the world I had created. The creatures, those beings of earth and stone, went about their work, continuing their task of nurturing the land, planting new seeds, and watching over the growing world. I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, steady and calm, but something within me remained unsettled. The seal was strong. For now, the void was contained, held back by the stone and the energy that flowed through it. But I knew that the battle wasn't over. It was only just beginning. The energy I had used to reinforce the seal had drained me. I felt the weariness in my bones, the deep exhaustion of having tapped into the very core of the earth itself. The land had responded, but so had the void, stirring in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to return. The hunger hadn't disappeared. It had only been momentarily suppressed. And in the silence of the night, I could feel its presence lingering just beneath the surface, as if the void was holding its breath. I had created life. I had broken the endless cycle of feeding, of hunger, of destruction. But in doing so, I had awakened a deeper truth. The void was not a singular force. It was an ancient power that thrived on imbalance, on the very tension between creation and destruction. It was a part of the world, and as much as I wanted to keep it sealed, I knew it could never be fully eradicated. The balance was delicate, and with each passing moment, the void was waiting for its chance to rise again. I looked up at the stars above, their distant lights twinkling in the endless black. It was beautiful, peaceful. But I could feel the shift, the subtle stirring of something dark, something hungry. The void had its own way of existing. It didn't need to rush. It waited, biding its time. It knew that in the ebb and flow of creation, there would always be a moment, a crack, a breach in the wall of light that would allow it to surge forward once more. The creatures of the land, though innocent in their existence, were not immune. They, too, felt the pull. They just didn't yet understand it. I had watched them, their simple lives growing with each passing day, their bonds with the land deepening. They were nurturing the earth, feeding it with the same energy that had fueled their creation. But there was more to it, more beneath the surface. And if I wasn't careful, they, too, could become part of the cycle, the part I had fought so hard to break. I needed to prepare. I needed to strengthen the seal. The void wasn't just a force, it was a presence. It watched, it waited, and it was patient. As the wind stirred the trees, I felt a surge of energy rising from the earth. The stone, the seal, still strong, began to hum with a deep resonance. A low thrumming sound that vibrated through the ground, through my bones. I could sense something stirring deep within the stone, deep within the heart of the earth. The void had not been banished, it had only been paused. I needed to reach deeper. I needed to understand this force fully before it was too late. The light around me began to flicker. Subtle at first, but growing stronger as I walked toward the center of the land. The heart of the world I had created. The stone structure stood at its center, still glowing faintly. The seal pulsating in rhythm with the heartbeat of the earth. I knelt before it, my hands resting on the stone, and closed my eyes. I reached out with my mind, my senses stretching into the land, into the energy that bound it together. I could feel the creatures in the distance, their movements, their growth. I could feel the wind brushing through the leaves of the trees, the cool waters of the rivers, the solid ground beneath me. And then I felt the pull. It was subtle, a tremor deep beneath the surface. The void, waking from its slumber, pushing against the seal, testing its strength. I could feel the hunger, the gnawing need of it, straining against the barrier. The void was patient, but it was relentless. I opened my eyes, and in that instant, I saw it, the crack. A thin, delicate fissure forming in the stone. A thread of darkness creeping through the light. It was small at first, barely noticeable, but I could feel it. The void was searching for a way back in. My heart raced as I pressed my hands harder against the stone, trying to seal the crack to reinforce the barrier. But I knew the truth. The void would never be fully sealed. It would always find a way. I had created a world of light, a world of life, but I had also created the space for the void to exist within it. The balance would always remain fragile, and the void would always seek a way to break through. I stood up, my mind racing. The creatures, the land, everything I had created, they were part of this balance. But I was also the guardian of it, the one who had broken the cycle. The void would never give up, never stop trying to consume. I had fought it once, and I would have to fight it again. I turned away from the stone and looked to the horizon. The stars still shone above, distant and cold, but I felt the weight of the darkness growing stronger. The hunger was returning, and with it, the shadow of the void. I could feel its presence, its pull, growing, and I knew what I had to do. I had to gather those who had been born from the earth, the creatures of this world, and prepare them. They could not remain unaware of the darkness that lingered at the edge of their existence. They would need to understand what had been sealed away and what had the potential to break free. It was time to teach them. It was time to teach them about the balance, about creation and destruction, light and dark, and the ever-present battle between them. They would need to be prepared. I could not protect this world alone. The void was too powerful, too cunning, and when it came again, it would take everything in its path. This was not the end. It was the beginning of a new fight, a fight to hold the balance. And this time, the void would not have the luxury of taking me by surprise. The wind carried a strange chill now, an omen of the storm that was brewing just beyond the veil of the world. The creatures moved cautiously, their instincts sensing the shift in the air, the change in the rhythm of the land. The trees swayed, their branches whispering secrets, and the ground trembled with the subtle stirrings of the void that had begun to awaken once again. I had seen the crack in the stone. It was small, almost imperceptible at first, but it was there, a breach in the seal, a sign that the void was testing the barriers, searching for a weakness. The hunger, though still sealed beneath the earth, had begun to stir, and its presence was growing stronger with each passing moment. I had broken the cycle once, but I knew now that the battle for the balance between creation and destruction would never truly end. The void, no matter how many times it was sealed away, would always return. It was time to prepare. I could not fight the void alone. The creatures I had created, those beings of earth, stone, and wood, were still young in their understanding of this world. They had been born into a land of light and growth, of creation and life, but they had never known the true darkness. They had never felt the hunger of the void, the weight of the cycle that had nearly consumed me. Now, they needed to understand the danger that loomed over their world. I called upon them, my voice carrying on the wind, reaching out to the creatures who had begun to build, to grow, to shape the land with their hands. One by one, they appeared, their forms emerging from the shadows of the trees, from the depths of the earth, from the very ground beneath me. They gathered around me, their eyes filled with curiosity, concern, and uncertainty. "You must listen," I began, my voice steady but heavy with the weight of the truth I had to share. "There is a darkness, an ancient force, that lurks beneath the surface of this world. It is the void, a presence of destruction, of hunger, that seeks to consume all that has been created. We have sealed it away, but it is not gone. It waits. It tests. And it will rise again." Their faces were a mix of confusion and fear, their bodies frozen as they absorbed the gravity of my words. I had told them little of the void in the past, only that it was something I had fought and sealed away. They knew of the hunger, of the endless cycle I had broken, but they did not understand the true scope of the darkness. Now, it was my task to teach them. The balance between creation and destruction is fragile. I continued, my gaze sweeping across the group. We have built a world of life, of growth, of light, but the void is always waiting, always seeking to return. It feeds on the spaces between, on the moments of weakness when creation falters. One of the creatures, a tall being of stone and wood, stepped forward, its eyes filled with a mix of concern and determination. "How can we stop it?" it asked, its voice deep and steady. "If it is as powerful as you say, how can we possibly hold it back?" I paused, my gaze turning inward as I felt the pull of the void beneath me. The stone had contained it for now, but I knew that its hold was temporary. The energy I had used to seal it away was fading, and with it, the strength of the barrier. "We cannot stop it alone," I said, my voice resolute. "The void is part of this world, part of the cycle, but we can contain it. we can hold it back, together. It is only through unity, through the strength of this world and the life we've created, that we can maintain the balance. Another creature, this one made of stone and fire, stepped forward, its gaze sharp. But if the void is part of this world, then why fight it? Why not let it be? I felt the weight of its question. It was a question I had asked myself many times. The void was part of the world, just as creation was. But the critical difference, was that the void existed to consume. It sought to devour, to erase, to return everything to nothing. It could never build, never create. It was not life. It was the absence of it. The void does not seek creation, I said, my voice quieter now, filled with the weight of the truth. It seeks nothingness. It cannot grow. It can only consume. And in consuming, it destroys everything. Life cannot flourish under its shadow. The creatures nodded, their expressions somber. They understood, or at least, they were beginning to. The seal we've created is weakening. I continued. I need you to help me reinforce it, to protect this world. We cannot allow the void to break free again. The air around us grew still, the tension palpable. Each of the creatures stepped forward, their hands outstretched toward me, toward the earth. The energy of the land began to hum again, a quiet resonance that filled the air. It was as though the earth itself was awakening, answering the call to arms. We are ready, the stone and wood creature said, its voice firm. We will stand with you. We will protect the world. I nodded, feeling the warmth of their unity, the strength of their resolve. The land itself seemed to respond to them, its pulse growing stronger, more vibrant. Together, we would hold the line. I closed my eyes and reached deep into the earth. The energy surged through me, filling me with the power of creation, of life. The creatures, these beings I had created, began to channel their energy into the land, strengthening the seal, fortifying the barriers that kept the void at bay. The ground beneath us trembled as the light surged, pushing against the darkness that threatened to consume it all. The wind began to howl, the trees swaying as the void tested the edges of its prison. But this time, the barrier held firm. The void pushed, but it could not break free. The power of creation, of life, was too strong. We had drawn on the strength of the land, the energy of the world we had nurtured together. For a moment, there was peace. The wind calmed, the trees stopped swaying, and the creatures stood in silence, their faces filled with relief. But I knew better than to think it was over. The void would return. It would always return. The battle for the balance would never truly end. The hunger would never stop. I looked out at the creatures around me, at the world I had created, and I realized something profound. This world was not just a sanctuary. It was a test of creation, of balance, of unity. And as long as the void lingered, as long as the darkness watched, we would always be tested. But in that test, there was hope. There was life. And that, above all, was what would protect this world. For now, the void was sealed. For now, we were safe. But I knew this was only the beginning of a long, eternal struggle, and I would be ready. The world was quiet again, or at least, it seemed that way. The creatures had returned to their work, their hands deep in the soil, their minds focused on the future. The land itself was alive with their efforts. Trees sprouted where there had been only barren earth. Flowers bloomed in vibrant colors, and the rivers flowed with renewed vigor. Life was flourishing. Yet beneath the surface, there was a tension, a quiet hum of unease that I couldn't shake. The void had been sealed, yes, but I knew from the depths of my being that it would not be contained for long. The shadows that lurked beneath the earth were not easily kept at bay. They were patient, waiting for the cracks to form, for the barrier to weaken. The hunger, though quiet now, had not been erased. It was merely paused. And in the silence that followed the battle, I heard its faint whisper. I couldn't escape it. The creatures, these beings of earth and stone, didn't fully understand the danger that still lingered. They had their role in this world: to nurture, to build, to protect. But they didn't feel the weight of the void the way I did. I had become the cycle, and now I was bound to it. I was the keeper of the balance, the one who had broken it, and the one who had to ensure it never broke again. I wandered the land alone, feeling the hum of the earth beneath my feet, the energy flowing through it. But it was different now. There was a coldness to the air, a subtle shift that spoke of things I couldn't yet understand. The balance had been restored, but the void still called to me. As I walked, I felt the pull again. It was faint at first, almost imperceptible, like a breeze brushing against my skin. But then it grew stronger, a presence in the air that couldn't be ignored. I stopped, my heart pounding in my chest as the wind began to shift. The ground beneath me trembled slightly, as if the earth itself was uncertain. It wasn't the void itself that had stirred. It was something else. I turned toward the source of the disturbance, toward the heart of the land, where the stone structure stood. The seal had held, but the land itself was shifting. It was subtle, but the air seemed to pulse with an ancient energy, a force that wasn't part of the natural world. It wasn't creation. It wasn't destruction. It was something in between. I approached the stone structure again, the vibrations beneath my feet growing stronger, deeper. The air crackled with energy, and the stone itself seemed to hum, resonating with a force that felt unnatural. I could feel it pulling at the edges of my consciousness, a presence within the earth that was neither light nor dark, neither void nor life. It was something older. I reached the stone and placed my hand on it once more, and immediately, the pulse of energy surged through me, flooding my senses. The power was overwhelming, and yet it felt familiar. It wasn't the hunger of the void, but it was something that felt just as ancient, just as primal. The stone itself had been shaped by this energy, perhaps even created by it. And as my fingers traced the surface of the stone, I felt it, a doorway, a portal, a gateway to something I had not yet comprehended. The stone groaned, the vibrations deepening as a crack appeared in its surface. The air around me grew colder, and I could see the darkness begin to seep through the opening. Not the void, but something else. A force that was neither creation nor destruction, but something that could reshape. I stepped back, my mind reeling. The creatures had begun to gather, sensing the change in the air, but they remained silent, watching. They could feel it too. This power, this new presence. But they didn't understand it. I didn't fully understand it either, but I knew one thing for certain. Whatever this force was, it wasn't a force of destruction, like the void, but it wasn't a force of pure creation either. It was a distortion, a bending of reality, a twisting of what was, a power that could reshape the world, but not in a way that would sustain life. It was a power of change, of flux, of transformation, and it was calling to me. I reached out once more, this time focusing all of my energy on the stone. The crack widened, and the presence within it seemed to grow stronger, more defined. I could feel its pull, its seductive whisper, but I resisted. This was not the path I had chosen. This was not the path I had created for this world. This force, it wasn't of life. It wasn't a force of harmony. It was a force of chaos, of change without purpose. The stone began to crack further, the darkness leaking out like ink spilled into water, swirling and shifting, spreading across the land. I could feel it, this new force, seeping into the soil, into the very essence of the earth. The creatures gathered around me, their eyes wide with confusion, with fear. They felt it too. They could sense that something was wrong. The void had always been a force of consumption, a force of destruction. But this was something else entirely. It didn't seek to destroy. It sought to alter, to reshape the world in its own image. The crack widened again, and this time I could see it clearly. The force behind the darkness was alive, but not in the way life was. It was a force of change, of disruption. It was as though the earth itself had birthed it, a shadow that could reshape anything it touched, but at a cost. The world I had created would be unrecognizable if this force was allowed to spread. I stepped forward, my hand still resting on the stone, and summoned the energy of the earth once more. My mind focused on containment. I had broken the cycle once. I had sealed the void. Now I had to seal this. I had to prevent this force from spreading, from reshaping everything I had fought so hard to build. But the darkness fought back, and I felt the power of the stone surge through me like a wave crashing against the shore. The land groaned beneath me as the presence of this new force pushed against my will. It wasn't just an external force. It was part of the earth itself, a presence that had been buried, forgotten, and now it had awakened. And in that moment, I understood. This was not the end. It was only another beginning. The beginning of something far more dangerous than I could have imagined. And it would be my challenge to hold it back, to prevent it from consuming everything I had built. The stone pulsed with an energy unlike anything I had ever felt. The crack that had formed in its surface widened further, a jagged seam opening like the earth itself was giving birth to something ancient, something primal. The darkness that seeped through the stone didn't consume. It distorted the light, twisted the world around it. It was as if reality itself bent at its will, the air shimmering with its power, warping and shifting. The earth beneath me groaned, the foundation of the world trembling with each beat of this new, disruptive force. I felt it in my chest, like a weight pressing down on my heart, the coldness of this unknown power seeping into my very being. It wasn't like the void, which was an emptiness, a gnawing hunger. No, this was different. This force was alive in its own way, alive with change, with transformation. It was a force that didn't seek to destroy what had been built, but to completely remake it. I gripped the stone harder, focusing on it with all my strength, but it was like trying to hold back a flood with my bare hands. The force inside it was too powerful, too vast, to be contained by will alone. The creatures, those beings of stone, earth, and wood, watched from the distance, their faces filled with a mixture of awe and fear. They didn't understand this force. They didn't understand what it would mean for the world I had created. But I did. It would reshape everything. And if it was allowed to spread, it would turn the world I had nurtured into something else, something unrecognizable, something wild and untamed. This was no mere force of destruction. It was a force of chaos, a force that sought to undo everything that had been built and start again, not from life, but from disorder. I had spent so long guarding the balance, breaking the cycle of hunger and void. But this was something entirely different, something I had not anticipated. The hunger of the void had been consumed by the creation I had forged, but the force before me, this rift in the world itself, had no hunger. It simply was. And it would not stop until it had remade everything in its image. I took a step back, feeling the earth tremble beneath me as the force pressed harder against the stone. The stone itself groaned, its surface cracking and shifting, the pulse of power inside it growing stronger. I had to act. I had to stop this force from spreading, from tearing the world apart. I focused, reaching deep into the energy of the earth, drawing on the power I had used to seal the void. This time, though, I didn't focus on containment alone. I had to do more than seal it. I had to contain the force without suffocating it. It was not something that could be destroyed, only controlled. I had to lock it away again, but in a way that wouldn't kill it. I had to control the chaos. The air grew heavy as I drew in the earth's energy, channeling it through my hands. The power of creation surged through me again, but this time it was different. This time, it felt like I was fighting against the very fabric of reality itself. The stone began to glow, its crack widening as if to breathe in the energy I was trying to force into it. The ground beneath me rumbled as the darkness poured out, tendrils of shadow curling into the air, seeking to tear through the light I had created. The creatures around me began to move, their instincts pushing them toward the energy I was channeling. They reached out with their hands, their faces filled with determination. They could sense the danger, the imbalance, and they, too, began to contribute their own energy to the seal. Together, we created a barrier of light that stretched between us and the growing rift, a force of unity, of life, standing against the chaos. But it wasn't enough. The force within the stone pushed harder, faster. The rift in reality itself grew wider, the air around us thick with the power of destruction. It was like trying to hold back a storm with a breath, each gust of wind pushing against me, threatening to tear me apart. I clenched my teeth, focused harder, but the force of the rift was unstoppable. It wasn't a hunger. It was a transformation, a complete reshaping of everything that existed. And as it spread, I realized the terrible truth. This force wasn't something I could simply seal away. It was a part of the world, a part of the cycle, just like the void. It had always existed, hidden beneath the surface of everything I had created. And now it had begun to awaken. I couldn't control it. I couldn't contain it in the same way I had the void. A surge of panic rose within me, but I pushed it down. I could not give in to fear. I had to think, had to understand how to fight this, how to protect the world I had created. And then, a thought came to me, a realization. This wasn't a force to be controlled. It was a force to be understood. I stepped forward, away from the stone, letting go of the energy I had been channeling. The air around me grew still, as if waiting, watching. The rift in the stone pulsed with power, but this time I didn't fight against it. Instead, I reached out to it. I opened my mind, my heart, and my energy to the force within the stone, letting it wash over me. I didn't try to stop it. I didn't try to control it. I let it flow, and when I did, something changed. The rift stopped growing. The stone stopped cracking. The air, which had been thick with chaos, began to clear, the pulse of the rift calming, as though it had found its place in the world once more. The force of transformation was still there, still alive, but it no longer sought to tear the world apart. Instead, it had found its balance, its role within the cycle of creation and destruction. I stood there, my heart still racing, my body trembling from the intensity of the moment. The creatures, too, stood still, their eyes wide as they realized what had just occurred. The rift had not been defeated. It had been understood. And now, it was part of the world. Just as the void was, just as creation itself was. I had not sealed it away, but I had bound it. I had woven it into the fabric of the world, not as an enemy to be destroyed, but as a force to be respected, to be guarded. The battle wasn't over, the cycle was not complete, but for now the rift had been contained. The world I had created, our world, was safe, but only for the moment. The calm that followed the battle with the rift was temporary, like a fleeting pause between the chaos and the stillness. The world around me had quieted, but I could feel the tension lingering, a hum in the air that signaled something much greater was yet to come. The creatures, the beings I had shaped from the earth, stood together in silence. Their gaze turned toward the stone structure where the rift had once grown. They could sense it, too, the uneasy peace that had descended, and the knowledge that the cycle of creation, destruction, and balance was not something that could simply be sealed away. We were all bound to it now. Every soul, every being, and every force in this world was a part of the cycle, of the delicate balance between creation and transformation. The rift had been contained, but it was no longer something I could ignore. It was a part of the world I had built, a force that would shape the future, and that future was uncertain. The creatures around me began to move again, their hands working the land, nurturing the trees, the soil, the rivers. They seemed eager, but there was a new sense of caution in their movements. The knowledge that the rift could return at any moment, that the balance could tip once more, weighed heavily on them. Their work was no longer just about creating, it was about protecting. I walked among them, watching as they planted seeds. Their eyes filled with determination. They had come to understand that creation wasn't just about growth, it was about preservation as well. The creatures no longer looked at the land with the same innocent wonder they had before. They understood that this world, for all its beauty and promise, could fall into chaos if the balance was disturbed. And so, I watched them, aware that I had placed a great responsibility on their shoulders. I had broken the cycle, yes. But in doing so, I had created a new challenge, a new test. The rift was not just a force to be contained. It was a reminder that there was always a cost to creation, a price to be paid for the gift of life. But I also knew that I wasn't the only one who had been shaped by the forces of creation and destruction. There were others. There were beings, keepers, who had always existed, hidden in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves. And I felt it then, the stirring deep beneath the earth, the pull of something ancient and powerful. The keepers were awakening. I turned away from the creatures and walked toward the heart of the land. The air felt thick with energy, the earth humming beneath me. The rift was sealed, but the land had become restless, aware that something had changed. The keepers had always been a part of the world, guardians of the balance, but they had remained hidden, watching from afar as the world shifted and transformed. Now, they were coming. I had never encountered them directly, but I could feel their presence in the earth and the air, in the very fabric of creation itself. They were ancient beings, born from the forces of the land, tasked with ensuring that the balance between creation and destruction was never broken. They were the ones who had watched over the cycles of life and death, the ones who had guided the flow of energy through the world. They had never interfered with the land's growth, but they had always been there, quietly, subtly, guiding the flow of creation. Now, their time had come. I stopped at the base of a great mountain, its peaks high above the world, where the earth met the sky. The air was thin here, the land untouched by the hands of the creatures I had created. It was here that the keepers had slept for so long, waiting for the right moment to awaken. As I stood there, I felt the ground shift beneath me, the earth rumbling with an ancient power. The mountains seemed to tremble, the rocks cracking and shifting as though they were alive. And then they appeared. The keepers emerged from the mountain, their forms tall and majestic, made of stone and light. They were beings of both the earth and the sky, their bodies glowing with an ethereal energy that radiated warmth and strength. Their eyes were ancient, filled with wisdom that stretched back beyond time itself. They were the guardians of the land, the balance between creation and destruction. And they had been awakened by the disturbance of the rift. I stood still as they approached, their movements slow and deliberate, as though they were testing the land beneath them. Feeling the pulse of the world as I did, they looked at me, their gaze heavy with purpose. "You have disturbed the balance," one of the keepers said, its voice deep and resonant, like the rumble of the earth itself. "You have broken the cycle, but in doing so, you have awakened what was meant to remain hidden." I nodded, understanding. The rift, it was never meant to be contained forever. I sealed it, but I know it will return. And when it does, I will be ready. The keeper tilted its head, as though considering my words. "You are the creator, the guardian of this world. But you are not the only one bound to the cycles. The void, the rift, the forces of destruction, they are part of this world too. They will always return. And so, we too must awaken, to ensure the balance is kept. Another keeper stepped forward, its form shimmering with light. The balance is fragile. The forces of creation and destruction are inextricably linked. You cannot defeat the void. You can only contain it, hold it in check. But that is our role now. We are the keepers, the guardians of the cycles, and we will stand with you to protect this world. The weight of their words settled over me. They were not here to replace me, but to help. Together, we would watch over this world, ensuring that the void would never consume it again. The keepers had always been present, in the shadows, but now they were stepping into the light. They would be the guardians of this new world, alongside the creatures I had created. I understood now. This world was not just mine to protect. It was a shared responsibility, a shared creation. The keepers, the creatures, and I, we were bound together by the forces of creation and destruction. We were the guardians of this balance, and as long as we stood together, the world would remain safe. But I knew that the road ahead would not be easy. The void would return. The rift would stir again. And when it did, the battle for the balance would begin anew. But this time, we would be ready. Together, the keepers, the creatures, and I, we would stand against the darkness. And we would protect the world. Forever. The keepers stood in solemn unity, their figures towering over the land, their eyes filled with ancient wisdom and a deep, unyielding sense of duty. They were not just protectors, they were the embodiment of the world's balance, the delicate thread that tied creation and destruction together. As I stood among them, I felt an overwhelming sense of both purpose and responsibility. The land, the creatures, and the balance. It was no longer mine alone to uphold. Together, we were the guardians of this world, the stewards of its delicate existence. I turned toward the creatures who had gathered, their faces a mixture of awe and apprehension. They had never seen the keepers before, had never known the true depth of the forces that governed the world. Now they stood beside us, ready to learn, ready to help protect the land they had nurtured. The keeper who had spoken first, the one who seemed to carry the weight of ages in its voice, stepped forward. The rift is not the only force we must guard against, it said. The void is a constant presence, but there are others. Other forces, older than the void itself, that seek to alter the balance. Forces that are not bound by time, by creation, or by destruction. They exist in the spaces between. I felt the weight of its words settle into my bones. The rift had been sealed, but the void, the hunger, was not the only threat. The forces that had shaped the land, that had given birth to the cycles of life and death, were not all as predictable, as manageable as I had believed. The keeper continued. The rift is but one crack in the veil that separates the worlds. But there are others, threads that run through the fabric of this world, invisible to most. Forces that, when disturbed, can fracture the boundaries between creation and destruction. And when that happens, the land will tremble, the sky will darken, and chaos will begin to seep through the cracks. I stood frozen, realizing the enormity of what I was hearing. The rift, the void, they were not isolated phenomena. They were part of something much larger, a web of interconnected forces that held this world together. And if even one of those threads were to break, it would send ripples through the entire world, unraveling everything I had worked so hard to build. The keepers and I are not the only guardians of this balance, the keeper said, its eyes now locked on mine. There are others, beings of great power, who walk the line between worlds. Some are born of light, others of shadow. But they are all part of the cycle. We are the protectors, but we are not alone. I nodded, trying to absorb the magnitude of this new revelation. I had thought that breaking the cycle had been the end of the battle, but now I understood. It had only been the beginning. There were forces in the world, hidden in plain sight, that I had never understood. Forces that could reshape the world in an instant, for better or for worse. The keeper gestured toward the horizon. There are places beyond the land we have nurtured. Places where the threads of creation and destruction are thin, where the balance is easily tipped. The world you have built, the world we all protect, is but a small part of a much larger whole, and we must be vigilant, always. I followed the keeper's gaze, my mind racing as I tried to comprehend the scale of what it had said. The land I had created, the creatures, the life, it was only one piece of a vast, intricate tapestry. And that tapestry was fragile. There are realms beyond this one. The keeper continued, its voice heavy with caution. Realms that are neither of light nor of shadow. They exist in the spaces between worlds, and there are others who watch from those places, beings who seek to disrupt the balance, to break the cycle once and for all. They are the ones who push the boundaries of creation and destruction. They seek to tear down what has been built. I felt a shiver run through me. The keepers had always been protectors of this world, but now I realized they were not just keepers of life. They were also wardens of the unknown, guardians of the delicate veil that separated our world from the other realms, the spaces where the threads of creation and destruction converged. Will we face them? I asked, my voice steady but filled with a sense of dread. The beings from beyond. The keeper met my gaze, its expression unreadable. You already have. The rift is a symptom of their presence. But this is only the beginning. They will come again, and when they do, we must be ready. A heavy silence fell over us, the weight of the keeper's words settling over the land like a storm cloud. The creatures looked to me, their eyes filled with uncertainty. They had come so far. They had created this world, built it from nothing, and now they were being asked to stand against forces beyond their comprehension. But they were not afraid. They were determined. We will protect the land, one of the creatures said, its voice firm. We will stand with you, no matter the cost. The other creatures nodded in agreement, their hands outstretched toward the sky, to the earth, to the very core of the world we had built. They had become more than just guardians of the land. They had become protectors of the balance, of the very cycle that governed life and death, creation and destruction. I felt a surge of strength fill me. They were right. We would face the unknown together. We had built this world together, and we would protect it together. The keepers, the creatures, and I, we were united in our purpose. We were the guardians of this world, and we would stand against whatever forces sought to tear it apart. As I turned to look at the horizon, I felt a stirring deep within me. The world was changing, and the battle was far from over. But for the first time, I felt a sense of certainty, a sense of resolve. The void would return. The rift would stir again. And when it did, we would be ready. But we would not face it alone. We would face it as one, as guardians, and together we would keep the balance. The world, despite its beauty and peace, was never truly free from the tension of the forces that shaped it. The void, the rift, the ancient powers that lingered in the forgotten spaces between creation. They were always waiting, lurking just beyond the veil of reality. The land had come alive, its creatures flourishing, but I knew that each new life was fragile, that the balance I had fought so hard to create was not something that could ever be taken for granted. The keepers, beings of ancient power and wisdom, had joined us. Together, we stood as guardians of the world. But even their presence, with all their knowledge and strength, did not erase the uncertainty that lingered in the air. The veil, the delicate boundary between worlds, was thin, and its threads could unravel at any moment. I walked among the creatures once more, my gaze fixed on the horizon. They had been born of the earth, shaped from stone and wood, and together we had built a new world, a world of life. They had worked tirelessly to nurture it, to give it form and structure. But even they understood that what had been created could also be destroyed. We had sealed the rift, and the hunger of the void had been kept at bay. For now. But I felt the tension within me, a subtle, gnawing unease that grew with every passing day. The earth beneath me hummed, as though it too was aware of the fragile state of this new existence. It felt like an awakening, a signal that something was stirring in the depths of the land, in the forgotten corners of the world. The keepers, standing tall like sentinels, had felt it too. They had sensed the rift, the void, and the other forces that lurked beyond the veil. They knew that the cycle, the balance between creation and destruction, could never be fully trusted. The void, while contained, was never truly gone. It was merely waiting for the right moment to re-emerge, to test the strength of the guardians, to see if the veil between worlds could be breached once more. One of the keepers, a being made of shimmering light and stone, approached me. Its eyes were ancient, filled with knowledge older than time itself. "There is a tremor in the veil," it said, its voice low and resonant. "Something stirs. The forces are shifting. The balance you have fought to maintain is fragile. You cannot protect this world forever without understanding the depths of the forces at play. You must understand the veil, the spaces between. Only then can you ensure that the cycle does not return in a form you cannot contain." I stood still, the weight of its words sinking into my bones. The veil, the boundary between worlds, was not something I had fully understood. I had been so focused on creation, on building this world, that I had neglected the deeper layers of existence, the unseen forces that shaped it all. The keeper continued, "The void is not the only force that exists in the spaces between. There are other entities, beings of immense power, that walk the line between creation and destruction. They have always been there, in the shadows. You will need to learn from them if you are to understand the true nature of the veil." I turned toward the keeper, my heart heavy with the burden of its words. The forces that had shaped this world, the very essence of its existence, were not just tied to the earth and its creation. There were other forces, other realms, other beings that had always been present, their influence subtle but powerful. "If there are beings who walk the line between creation and destruction," I said, my voice steady but filled with uncertainty, "then how do we stand against them? How do we protect this world when even the keepers do not understand the full extent of the forces at play?" The keeper regarded me silently, its gaze piercing as if seeing through to the very core of my being. "The answer lies in the spaces between," it said. "You have created a world of life, but you have yet to understand the full nature of creation. To protect this world, you must journey into the spaces beyond the veil, into the heart of the unknown. Only then will you learn what truly binds the forces of creation and destruction. Only then will you understand the true nature of the void, and how to stand against it." I felt a cold chill sweep through me as the keeper's words settled in my mind. The spaces beyond the veil, what did it mean to journey into them? What was waiting there? The keeper's eyes softened, and it placed a hand on my shoulder, its touch warm and grounding. "You are not alone in this. The keepers will guide you, and the creatures will stand with you. But you must be willing to face the unknown. Only by understanding the nature of the void and the forces beyond will you truly be able to protect this world. The balance must be known in its entirety if it is to be preserved." The air around us shifted again, the earth beneath my feet vibrating softly with an ancient energy. It was as though the world itself was calling to me, urging me to step beyond the boundaries of what I had created, to venture into the unknown, into the spaces where the forces of creation and destruction met. I knew that I had no choice. I had already broken the cycle once. Now, I had to face the truth. The veil was not a wall. It was a thread woven into the fabric of the universe, and if it unraveled, everything I had built would be lost. I turned back to the creatures, who were now looking at me with a mixture of hope and uncertainty. They, too, had felt the shift, the tension in the air. They knew what was at stake. "I will go," I said, my voice filled with resolve. "I will learn what lies beyond the veil, and together we will protect this world. I will not let it fall." The creatures nodded, their expressions hardening with determination. The keepers stood silent, their forms steady and unyielding, waiting for me to take the first step. I took a deep breath, feeling the pulse of the land beneath me, the heartbeat of the earth. The forces that had shaped this world were vast, ancient, and beyond my understanding. But they were not beyond my reach. With one final glance at the creatures and the keepers, I stepped forward. The world around me seemed to shift, the air growing thick with energy. The veil, the boundary between creation and destruction, was not just a concept, it was a force. A living, breathing thing that held the universe together. And it was time for me to understand it. I closed my eyes, focusing on the land beneath my feet, the energy of the earth flowing through me. And as I did, I felt the pull, stronger than ever, toward the spaces beyond. The journey had begun. The veil was calling, and I would answer. The moment I stepped forward, I felt it, an invisible force that tugged at me, pulling me toward something beyond what I could see, beyond what I could comprehend. The earth beneath my feet seemed to dissolve, and the world around me blurred, its colors shifting, its forms warping as if the very fabric of reality was bending to allow me through. The air grew heavy, dense with energy, as though the world itself was holding its breath. I was no longer in the world I had created. For a moment, I felt weightless, suspended in a space that felt both infinite and confined at the same time. The sky above me was not blue, but an endless swirling of colors, shadows and lights tangled together in an almost chaotic dance. The earth beneath me was not solid, not real. It was an absence, a vast, empty plain stretching in every direction, yet somehow not empty at all. I was standing in the spaces between. The veil was not a wall, it was not a boundary. It was a living, breathing force, a tapestry of reality itself. It was the thread that connected all things, woven through every corner of existence. But it was not meant to be understood by the creatures of the world I had created. The veil was older than time, older than the land, older than creation itself. And it was a force that existed beyond all comprehension. As I moved through this realm, I felt it pull at me, as if it wanted to pull me deeper, further into the unknown. The darkness that filled the space was not a void, but a living presence. A force that permeated everything. There was no light here. There was only the strange, shifting energy of everything, the remnants of countless realities, of infinite possibilities, all tangled together in a vast, ever-changing expanse. I moved cautiously, trying to make sense of the sensations flooding through me. Every step I took felt like I was walking through layers of something else, something that existed outside of time. The forces I had known, the forces of creation and destruction, the void, the rift, they all seemed so small here, reduced to mere whispers in the face of this place. It was then that I saw them. Figures floating in the shifting energy of the veil. They were not solid, not fully formed. They flickered in and out of existence, their shapes constantly shifting, their presence both present and absent. They were neither light nor shadow, neither life nor death. They were something else entirely, beings that existed between worlds. I could feel their gaze on me, their awareness of my presence. They were not hostile, not threatening, but they were watching. I reached out, not sure why, but compelled to do so. As my hand neared the nearest figure, it shifted, moving toward me, its form becoming clearer, more solid. It was not a face I could recognize, nor a shape that made sense. It was a form that existed outside of the physical world, made of swirling energy and shifting colors. But it was real, at least in this place, it was real. It spoke. Creator, Its voice was not spoken with words, but felt as though it resonated within the very core of my being. You walk the line between worlds, between creation and destruction. You have crossed the veil, but do you understand what you seek? The words sent a chill through me. I had come to understand many things in my time: the void, the rift, the cycles of life and death. But now, in the presence of these beings, I realized how little I truly knew. I seek to understand, I said, my voice trembling in the vast emptiness. I seek to understand the veil, the force that holds everything together, the balance, the void. What is it? How do I protect the world I have created from forces like this? The figure shimmered, its form rippling as though it were made of light and shadow at once. The veil is the boundary between what you know and what you cannot comprehend. It is the space between all things, creation and destruction, life and death, light and shadow. It holds them together, woven into the fabric of reality. Without it, nothing would exist. But the veil is not a permanent structure. It shifts, it bends. It can tear, unravel, and in doing so, everything that is connected to it unravels as well. I took a step forward, my heart pounding in my chest. And the void, the hunger I sealed away, is it part of this veil? Is it something that belongs here? The figure tilted its head, its shifting form flickering. The void is part of the cycle, yes, but it is not the only force in the spaces between. The void is a force of destruction, yes, but it is only one of many. There are others, forces that seek to reshape what is, that seek to break the balance and create something new, but in doing so, destroy what was. These forces are ancient, older than time itself, and they are not bound by the same laws that govern creation. A cold realization gripped me. So, there are other beings, other forces that seek to reshape reality, other than the void. The figure nodded slowly, its eyes, if they could be called eyes, glowing with an ancient knowledge. Yes, but not all of them seek destruction. Some seek transformation, some seek knowledge, and others seek to free themselves from the constraints of the veil itself. You, Creator, are not the first to walk this path, and you will not be the last. But you must understand this: the veil cannot be sealed forever. It is not meant to be. The forces within it are too powerful, too ancient. The balance you have created is fragile, and you are not the only one who seeks to control it. The weight of its words sank into my soul like a stone. The veil, this boundary between creation and destruction, was not a prison. It was a place of balance. And I, the creator of this world, was not the only one with the power to shape it. There were others, ancient forces, beings beyond my understanding, who had always been part of this delicate dance. I had sealed the void. I had protected my world from its hunger. But in doing so, I had only delayed the inevitable. The forces beyond the veil were stirring. They were waiting. Then how do I protect it? I asked, my voice strained with the weight of the task ahead. The figure's form shifted one final time, its voice a whisper in my mind. You cannot protect it forever, Creator. The veil will always shift. The forces will always seek balance. The only thing you can do is understand it, know it. Walk the line between creation and destruction. Walk the line between worlds. And when the time comes, choose the right path. With that, the figure began to fade, its form dissolving into the vast nothingness, leaving me alone once again in the shifting veil. I stood there, suspended in the space between worlds, feeling the weight of what I had learned. The veil was not a wall. It was not a prison. It was a force, a shifting boundary, and I was not its only keeper. But I was its guardian, and the journey ahead was far from over. The rift had opened, but not in the way I had anticipated. It was not a destructive surge of darkness. No, it was a quiet, slow unraveling of the veil, a peeling back of layers that I had once thought unbreakable. The forces I had felt during my journey beyond the veil were only a glimpse, only a shadow of what truly existed in the spaces between. The beings who walked those plains, The ancient powers that shaped the fabric of reality were not simply bound by the veil. They were its architects, and their influence stretched far beyond my comprehension. As I stood at the edge of the veil, feeling its currents pull at me, I realized that the peace I had fought so hard to maintain could not last forever. The balance between creation and destruction was never static. It was dynamic, constantly shifting, always under threat of tipping too far in one direction. And now, it was my duty not only to protect the world I had created, but to understand the very forces that governed it, to guard against the powers that lay beyond, and to wield them, if necessary. When the time came, I had come so far, fighting the hunger of the void, sealing away its endless cycle. But there was so much more I didn't know, so much more to learn. The rift, the ancient forces that had made the veil, and the keepers who had been born from this very energy. It was all part of a greater truth that I was only beginning to grasp. The creatures that had once been my focus, my companions in the fight against the void, were now scattered across the land. They had taken on their own tasks, their own roles in the world we had built together. Some were nurturing the forests, planting new seeds, growing new life. Others were building homes, shaping the land with their hands. And some had started to travel, seeking out other parts of the world, venturing beyond the borders of our creation to see what lay beyond. But even as I watched them, there was a sense of foreboding in the air. I could feel the shifts beneath the surface. The land itself seemed to groan with tension, the earth vibrating with an unseen energy. I knew it wasn't just the forces of creation and destruction clashing. It was something else. A hidden force, a shadow that had been lying dormant, waiting for the right moment to rise. And it was rising now. As the creatures went about their work, I felt the presence of the keepers, those ancient guardians who had long watched over the balance. They had come to my aid before, but now I realized their role was even more significant. They were the protectors of the veil itself, and their duty was to keep the forces beyond it from slipping through into the world. But even the keepers couldn't guard against everything. They had their limits. Their powers were bound to the veil, tied to its existence. And the veil was no longer what it had been. The forces beyond it were beginning to slip through the cracks. I walked alone toward the heart of the land, my mind racing with the weight of what I had learned. The keepers were right. There were forces beyond the veil, ancient and powerful. And they would not stay hidden forever. I had been too focused on containing the void, on keeping the hunger of destruction at bay. But I had ignored the greater truth. There were others. Other forces that wanted to reshape the world, not destroy it. And they were coming. I reached the stone structure, the heart of the world I had created, and placed my hand on its surface. It hummed beneath my touch, vibrating with energy, and I could feel the veil's pull. It was thin here, thinner than I had realized. The threads of reality were unraveling, and the darkness that had been locked away was beginning to seep through. The keepers appeared behind me, their forms still glowing with their ethereal light. They were silent, their eyes filled with the knowledge of what was to come. "The veil is weakening," I said quietly, turning to face them. "I feel it. Something is coming." One of the keepers nodded, its voice soft yet powerful. "You are right, Creator. The forces beyond the veil are stirring. The void is not the only threat. There are others, beings of power, of ancient intent, who seek to reshape the world. They have always been there, hidden in the spaces between." The weight of its words settled in my chest like a stone. What do we do now? How can we stop them from breaking through? The keeper stepped forward, its face illuminated by the shimmering light that emanated from its being. "You must walk the line between creation and destruction. The veil was never meant to be a barrier, only a framework. It holds the balance, but it is not a permanent solution. You, Creator, must decide what comes next. Will you seek to close the rift forever, or will you allow the forces beyond to enter, shaping the world in ways we cannot predict? The Keeper's words sent a chill through me. I had always fought to protect the world, to keep the balance intact. But now, I realized that protecting it wasn't just about stopping the forces of destruction. It was about understanding them, about choosing the right path forward. The void had once been the greatest threat, but now I saw that there were other forces that had been waiting for their chance. They didn't seek to destroy, at least, not in the way the void had. They sought to reshape, to remake. I looked to the horizon, the land I had built with my own hands, the creatures I had created, the keepers who stood beside me. And in that moment, I knew the truth. The world I had created wasn't just mine to protect. It was ours. The balance of creation and destruction was delicate, but it was not mine alone to hold. The forces beyond the veil were part of this world, just as the void had been. But they were not inherently evil. They were forces of change, forces that could be shaped, forces that could be guided. It was time to make the choice. The veil had been torn, the rift had opened, and the forces beyond were stirring. But I wasn't just a creator anymore. I was a guardian. And I had to decide if I would close the rift forever, if I would lock away the forces of change once again, or if I would embrace them, understand them, and use their power to shape the future. For the first time, I realized that the true power of creation wasn't about what was built. It was about what was chosen. I turned back to the Keepers, my resolve hardening. We will face whatever comes. We will understand the forces beyond the veil, and we will guide them. The Keeper nodded. Then let us begin. The veil is waiting for you to make your choice. The shadows were gathering, but so was the light. And the choice would be mine. The weight of my decision settled over me like the stillness before a storm. The world I had created, this fragile land of life, light, and growth, was no longer just a creation of my will. It had become something more. It was a living, breathing entity, a world that had its own rhythm, its own pulse. But with that life came the awareness of the forces that governed it. Forces that were both known and unknown, forces that could shape it for good or ill. The veil, the rift, the forces beyond. They were all part of this delicate balance. The void had once been my greatest enemy, a force of destruction that threatened to consume everything. But now I understood that the void was not the only threat. There were other forces, ancient and powerful, that existed in the spaces between creation and destruction. They had always been there, waiting for their moment to rise. The Keepers, the guardians of this world, stood beside me, their forms glowing with ancient power. Their eyes filled with understanding. They knew what I was facing. They had seen the forces beyond the veil before. They had seen the cost of tampering with them, the consequences of allowing them to break through. I took a deep breath, feeling the pull of the veil, the tug of the forces that awaited me. The rift was still there, the crack in the fabric of reality, and I could feel it pulling at me, whispering promises of power, of change. But I also felt the presence of the land, the creatures, the life that had blossomed under my care. The choice I made would determine the future of this world. The forces I allowed in, or kept out, would shape everything. I turned to the Keepers, my voice steady but heavy with the weight of the decision. What happens if I choose to close the rift forever? If I seal the veil completely, will the world be safe from the forces beyond? The Keeper who had spoken before, the one made of light and stone, regarded me with its ancient gaze. Sealing the rift would keep the forces beyond at bay, yes, but it would come at a cost. The veil was never meant to be a permanent barrier. It is a framework, a boundary, but it is not unbreakable. If you close it completely, you will trap both creation and destruction in their current state. You will prevent the forces from shifting, from transforming, and the world will stagnate. I felt the truth of its words like a stone in my chest. The idea of closing the rift forever, of locking the forces beyond the veil in their own world, seemed tempting. It promised safety, peace, and stability. But it also promised stagnation. The world would be frozen in time, unable to evolve, unable to change. And if I choose to allow the forces beyond the veil to enter? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. The keeper's gaze grew darker, its eyes filled with the weight of the decision. Allowing the forces beyond to enter would bring change. It would bring transformation. But it would also bring chaos. The forces are powerful, ancient, and unpredictable. They seek to reshape the world, to alter its course. You could guide them, yes, but their power is beyond what you can control. It could destroy everything you have built, or it could create something new. There is no certainty in what would come. I turned away, my eyes scanning the land I had fought so hard to build. The creatures were still working, unaware of the storm brewing in the heart of their world. They had placed their trust in me, believing that I would protect them from the forces beyond. But now I understood that there was no easy answer. There was no path that led to a perfect world. Every choice came with its own consequences. I closed my eyes, reaching deep within myself, trying to find the answer in the land, in the energy that flowed through it, in the pulse of creation itself. I felt the weight of the void, the hunger that would never fully fade, and the presence of the forces beyond, calling to me, urging me to embrace them, to allow them to reshape everything. But I also felt the life that had flourished, the creatures that had come into being, the world that had grown under my care. This world was not perfect, but it was alive. It had its own beauty, its own rhythm. It was a world worth protecting. I opened my eyes, meeting the gaze of the keepers once again. I understand now, I said, my voice filled with resolve. The world cannot be kept in stasis. The forces beyond the veil are a part of this world, just as the void is. They are part of the cycle. But I will not allow chaos to take over. I will not let destruction consume everything I have built. I will guide the forces beyond, but I will do so with caution. I will walk the line between creation and destruction, and I will protect this world with everything I have. The keepers nodded, their faces softening with approval. You have made the right choice, Creator, the keeper said. The balance between creation and destruction is never an easy one to maintain. But you understand now that it is not something that can be sealed away forever. It must be guided, watched over. And with your understanding, the world will continue to grow, to evolve, to change. I stepped forward, feeling the energy of the land beneath me, the pulse of life that flowed through it. The forces beyond the veil were stirring, but they would not be allowed to tear this world apart. I would guide them, help them shape the future of this world, but I would not let them destroy it. I looked out over the land, the creatures working, the trees growing, the rivers flowing. The world was alive, and it would continue to be. The forces beyond the veil would not consume it. I would not let them. Together, I said, turning to the creatures and the keepers, we will protect this world. We will shape its future. And we will stand against whatever forces seek to break the balance. And as the wind carried my words across the land, I knew that the journey was far from over. The forces beyond the veil were still a threat, but I would face them with strength, with understanding, and with the knowledge that the balance was mine to protect. For as long as I stood, the world would stand with me, and together we would guard the veil,